The House will be in order. The chair lays for the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 26, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Doug LaMalfa to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with each time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall a debate continue beyond 11:30 a.m. The chair recognizes a member from Delaware, Representative McBride, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, when the House was out of session and I was in the greatest state in the Union, Delaware, I met with a family farmer in Sussex County who continues to farm the same land that her family has farmed for more than a century. We discussed the fear and unpredictability that is plaguing farmers in Delaware and across the country right now. Farmers who, since the New Deal, have been able to rely on the federal government as partners in their effort to produce the food that feeds our families, our neighbors, our nations, and feeds the world. Agriculture is the backbone of Delaware's economy. From poultry farms to vegetable growers to grain producers, Delaware farmers feed families here at home and around the globe and contribute to an industry that supports thousands of jobs in Delaware. Unfortunately, since taking office, the Trump administration has broken their promises to our families and breached the trust with our farmers. In week one, this administration illegally froze funding from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and the Inflation Reduction Act, including vital resources that run through the U.S. Department of Agriculture. They have frozen programs that purchase products from Delaware farmers. And as I stand here today, the federal government is withholding nearly $10 million owed to Delaware farmers to improve their infrastructure and lower their energy bills. At the heart of Delaware's agriculture industry are chickens. We have roughly 200 chickens per person in Delaware, and while Delaware doesn't have a ton of people, that is a lot of chickens. The rising crisis of bird flu poses a massive risk to Delaware farmers. It is a real and present danger to our food supply and to the livelihoods of poultry farmers across my state and across the country. Dangerously, this administration halted bird flu monitoring in nearly 50 countries and imposed a gag order on federal health agencies, limiting vital communication and collaboration with farmers. And if that weren't bad enough, the very people we rely on to protect our ag industry and combat the spread of bird flu have been fired from the USDA. This chaos is only worsening the risk of disease spread and threatening a hallmark industry in Delaware. All of this has resulted in higher costs for farmers and higher prices at the grocery store for Americans. Instead of lowering the cost of eggs, they are actively making them more expensive. Anyone who knows a thing or two about agriculture and farming knows this. Farmers operate on thin margins. They depend on federal partners to provide stability in a volatile market. Right now, with a federal funding freeze, that support is vanishing when they need it the most. How are farmers supposed to plan for the next season when the federal government is pulling the rug out from under them? I don't care who you voted for in the last election. In fact, I made a commitment to serve all Delawareans, Democrats, independents, and Republicans. My job and the job of this great chamber is to serve and respect every American. That includes the farmers who feed our nation. I will stand here in opposition to any executive or legislative action that puts our farmers at risk. Because when we fail farmers, we fail all Americans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So let's be very clear about something. Last night, the House budget resolution passed, unfortunately on a very partisan party line vote, but it indeed did pass. One thing it does not do is cut Medicaid. It's right here in this document. There's no mention of cutting Medicaid or even the word Medicaid, Medicare, SNAP, or Social Security in this document that passed last night. Any claim to the contrary is actually fear-mongering, plain and simple, or I guess in my neighborhood, it would be known as a lie. It is being perpetuated to put fear in people and to drive anger at the majority party and have unruly town halls because people are being fed lies. It needs to come to a stop and have an honest debate, an honest conversation around here about how we're going to get our government back on a track that doesn't lead us to endless, massive deficits in our budget each year. Still on track for $2 trillion, upside down, following COVID spending. COVID is over with. We need to get back to at least to pre-COVID levels of spending and a more of an opportunity to actually balance our budget, where it might be only $700, $800, $900 billion upside down. The only way we're going to take a bite out of the national debt is to actually bring the lines together and have our budget balance. We can do that with limited spending and a strong economy. My understanding years ago is that if growth of spending was only 1%, these two lines would meet. A little bit of discipline around here. So that's what was being sought in the budget resolution. Now, this budget resolution is not a roadmap, it is not the final say on it. It actually is a roadmap for moving forward on the fiscal year 25 budget. It does not make final spending decisions. Those are still to be debated and heard in committee, on TV, in front of the people, on C-SPAN, in the committee process that folks can attend. It includes instructions for committees to review and adjust spending and revenue priorities, but it does not dictate specific program cuts, unlike the lies that have been spread all over in this chamber, in committees, and on the media. Reconciliation is indeed a standard budget process that we'll be taking up. The resolution instructs 11 committees to find ways to either reduce wasteful spending or invest in key priorities. These committees have until March 27 to develop their proposals, so nothing is set in stone yet. No lies needed. This is budgeting how it's always worked. Democrats know that, Republicans know it. But unfortunately, the other side of the aisle, they'd rather scare people than be honest about this process. And indeed, honesty is very, very much needed in order to get a harness back on the profligate spending that has happened in this place the last few years. We need to have honest conversations about these programs. My good colleague from Arizona speaks about this frequently. Social Security will be on the rocks by 2031, 2032, 2033, when that trust fund actually goes empty. Are we going to do something about it, or are we going to have lies and distortions about what is actually happening with that? Do we want to fix it as much as we can ahead of time, or we still have some runway to do so? Or do we want to just have lies about this and not try and do anything about it? I think we're instructed by the voters to do something about it and try and have these programs be salvaged so they aren't up on the rocks in just 5 or 6 or 7 years. We need to have the allocations of taxpayer dollars that come from the taxpayers, not from the government, hardworking taxpayers that are not, these aren't, frequently they're called contributions. These aren't contributions, they're compelled. Otherwise, people come take your stuff and maybe you go to jail. These tax dollars need to be respected as the work of the people. And so when we make these allocations, whether it's national defense, border security, or tax relief for hardworking Americans, let's be honest about it. Let's get it done. This legislation is indeed focused on that and the ongoing effort with budget reconciliation and the work of DOGE. You were hearing all this bad stuff about DOGE. It's had a few fits and starts, but doggone it, it's getting to the bottom of a lot of wasteful spending. Each time they flip over the rocks, more cockroaches run out, and we find more things with bad contracts or spending that is not even a priority that any normal American could even think up. My home state of California, they're still seeking more money for that high-speed rail system, that started out in 2008 for a price of $33 billion. The price is quadrupled now, $130 billion. Is that a good price? Is that a bargain for Americans? Is that a bargain for Californians? They've already tapped all the money they can at the local level, $9 billion of state money and about $3.5 billion of that ARRA money. That, remember that shovel-ready so-called stimulus money back in 2009? They've already tapped that. They have what is called the cap and trade tax in California, which raises about $1 billion per year. It's like a new currency now. It taps into the producers of carbon dioxide in the state and makes them pay a ransom to continue to produce whatever manufacturing they do. So this budget resolution is a good start, but it's not the final document. We'll be working on that in the light of day in front of the people.
Gentleman's time has
I yield back.
expired. Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Brown, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate Black History Month. Black History Month means a lot to me, and it means a lot to my constituents in Northeast Ohio. And just in the last few days, we've been reminded of how past and present are connected. Last week in Cleveland, we celebrated the 90th birthday of the Reverend Dr. Otis Moss, Jr. and his wife, Edwina Moss. Two local civil rights icons that have fought for justice, fairness, and opportunity for Black people in Cleveland for decades. Sunday was also the 100th birthday of Congressman Louis Stokes, the first Black American to represent Ohio in Congress. Congressman Stokes was a founding member of the Congressional Black Caucus and represented Northeast Ohio for 30 years. He also established a legacy of leadership that carried on to Stephanie Tubbs Jones and Marcia Fudge, three strong Black leaders who represented the district I now represent. But Black History Month isn't just about trailblazers, icons, and famous names. It's also about Black culture, community, and excellence, and the history and experience that binds us all. And it's often a time of joy and celebration. But Black History Month feels a little different this year. President Trump and his MAGA allies have frozen funding for programs that address inequality and support equal opportunity, rolled back decades of civil rights and discrimination protection, and tried to erase Black history in our school. And he jumps at every opportunity he gets to attack Black America using DEI as a racist dog whistle, pushing false and offensive idea that Black Americans haven't earned or deserve their success. Let's call this what it is, Trump's resegregation agenda. We know what happens when prejudice prevails, opportunity is obstructed, and red lines are drawn with federal funds. We've seen this story before. And yet, despite the dark clouds gathering above 1600 Pennsylvania, Black Americans have long battled bigotry, broken barriers, and built a brighter future despite the odds. The fight is familiar. Black history teaches us the power, resilience, resistance, and the relentless struggle. That's what I owe my constituents, and that's what we owe each other. Mr. Speaker, this weekend, unelected, unaccountable, unvetted, unconfirmed billionaire, Elon Musk demanded every federal worker justify their jobs. 5 reasons. He demanded 5 reasons they deserve to keep it. Well, let's turn that around. Here are 5 things the world's richest man did just last week. 1, Doge deleted the 5 biggest spending cuts it bragged about just last week because nearly half of those savings didn't exist. The receipts didn't add up, y'all. 2, more than 20 employees resigned from Doge, refusing to, quote, jeopardize Americans' sensitive data or dismantle critical public services. 3, one of Musk's companies secured a lucrative FAA contract, laying bare its blatant conflicts of interest. Somehow, I doubt that one will be canceled. Number 4, he fired 6,000 veterans serving the American people. Why? Because apparently a disabled's vet salary is wasteful, but $4.5 trillion in billionaire tax cuts is necessary. And 5, he axed bird flu experts, nuclear safety officers, and IRS workers right in the middle of tax season. So before Elon Musk demands 5 justifications from VA nurses in Cleveland, maybe he should justify his own job. Instead of asking nurses, firefighters, air traffic controllers, and federal scientists to justify their jobs, let's ask the billionaire to justify his. Because I promise you, the American people won't need more than 5 reasons to fire him. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Cisamani, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate a well-deserved retirement and honor Kurt Kreut's lifetime of service as a law enforcement officer. Born and raised on the northwest side of Tucson, Kurt's life had been defined by his dedication to his family, to his community, and his decades-long career in law enforcement. He began his journey in law enforcement at just 19 years old, starting as a community service officer in the Tucson Police Department in 1977. A year later, he became a commissioned officer, launching a distinguished career spanning over 45 years. He served in various critical roles, including Uniform Patrol, Metro, Narcotics, Undercover, SWAT, and the DEA Task Force. In 1991, he was promoted to sergeant, where he played a pivotal role in the department's first Bravo unit and the Neighborhood Crimes Detective Unit. After his retirement from the Tucson Police Department, Kurt transitioned to working for the Pima County Attorney's Office as a law enforcement investigator. His expertise and commitment made a lasting impact, particularly during his 18-year assignment to the juvenile office. Kurt's contributions to law enforcement have been recognized with numerous awards, including the 88 Crime TPD Officer of the Year in 1995. The same year, he was honored as Father of the Year by Tucson Lifestyle magazine, a testament to his devotion not only to his career, but also to his family. Kurt has been married to his wife, Angie, for 40 years, and together they have built a loving family, including 3 daughters, 10 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. With a lifetime dedicated to service, leadership, and family, Kurt Kreut's legacy stands as a shining example of the American dream. Kurt, thank you so much for all that you've done and all you continue to do for our community. We wish you all the best in your retirement. God bless. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate 100 years of the Tucson Rodeo, a cherished tradition that showcases the rich history and culture of the American West. Better known as La Fiesta de los Vaqueros, this iconic tradition is a testament to our community's frontier spirit and deep-rooted heritage. From the hard-pounding bull rides to steer wrestling, barrel racing, and many, many more things, every event showcased the skill, determination, and grit that defined this historic rodeo. Last weekend, the stands were filled with families, fans, and first-time visitors alike, all coming together to celebrate a century of this rich tradition. Whether you come from the thrill of the competition or for simply to take part of this iconic event, the Tucson Rodeo has something to offer to everyone. Here's to another century of keeping the Western spirit alive and thriving. While we celebrate, let us also recognize and give thanks to the hardworking cowboys and cowgirls, the dedicated organizers as well, and the countless volunteers who make this event possible year after year after year. Their commitment ensures that this tradition can be enjoyed by generations to come. I grew up enjoying it myself. My kids now enjoy it. I'm hoping that my grandkids also enjoy it one day. It's an amazing festivity in our district and in our state that I hope that continues for many, many more years. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Samuel Leon Radford, Jr., whose contributions to our community will be felt for generations to come. Born in Niagara Falls, New York, and raised in Buffalo, New York, Samuel dedicated his life to service, faith, and family. He attended Bennett High School before continuing his education at the University at Buffalo, where he learned a strong sense of discipline and a love for knowledge. Throughout his successful career at General Motors American Axle and Manufacturing Facility in Buffalo, he took pride in a job well done. But of course, his guiding light was his family, his faith, and his community. He was baptized at Linwood Church of Christ. Samuel was a man who led by example, steadfast in his values, generous in spirit, and with a heart filled with humility and kindness. On February 16, 2025, Samuel passed away peacefully, leaving behind a legacy of resilience, faith, and love. A devoted father, grandfather, and great-grandfather, Samuel's greatest legacy is the love he poured into his family, including his wife, Lorraine Davis Radford, and his 5 children, Samuel L. Radford III, Desiree Radford, Tracy Radford, Tana Niall Coleman, and Shirley Radford. He was immensely blessed with 38 grandchildren and more than 100 great-grandchildren. His legacy will endure in the hearts of his family and his community who loved him deeply. May Samuel's spirit continue to inspire and uplift all who had the privilege of knowing him. May Samuel Leon Radford, Jr. rest in peace. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Gerald Kaminsky, Sr., a dedicated public servant, prominent leader in the business community, a beloved family man, and my dear friend. Jerry was a lifelong Cheektowaga resident and a proud veteran of the National Guard. In 1971, Jerry founded Kaminsky Refrigeration with his beloved wife, Kathy, in Buffalo, New York. In 1990, his son, Jerry Jr., and in 1993, his son, Jamie, joined the growing business, and it became operating under the name Kaminsky & Sons. Since then, Kaminsky & Sons has provided high-quality trucking equipment across Western New York as a locally owned, family-operated business with Jerry at the helm. In 2011, Jerry chose to run for office and was elected to the Cheektowaga Town Board, where he served for over a decade, most recently as deputy supervisor. He demonstrated that fun and good humor could be paired with a serious focus on delivering for our community. His mentorship of fellow board members, leadership, and commitment to his neighbors made an enduring impact on our community. Above all else, Jerry was a devoted husband, father, and friend. He celebrated more than 50 years of marriage with his wife, Kathy, and leave behind his sons, Jerry Jr. and Jamie, and 7 grandchildren, each of whom held a special place in his heart. His passing is a tremendous loss, but his legacy of service and kindness will live on. My deepest condolences to his family and the Cheektowaga community. May Gerald Kaminsky, Sr. rest in peace. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina, Ms. Fox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize an exemplary North Carolinian who was just confirmed by the United States Senate as the next Secretary of the Army, Dan Driscoll. Dan grew up in Boone, North Carolina, and graduated from Watauga High School. He then went on to graduate from UNC Chapel Hill and then Yale Law School. He has strong roots in North Carolina's 5th District, and I'm confident that many of our area's future leaders, as well as the current leaders, will look up to him as a shining example of a salt-of-the-earth public servant who acts upon principle. I consider myself immensely fortunate to know Dan, and I can attest to this simple fact. His previous service to the nation in the military, as well as his track record and acumen with both law and business, are essential assets that he brings with him to the helm. He's someone we can count on to lead the Army in the right way and for the right reasons. His confirmation adds to a growing list of wins not only for President Trump, but also for the entire country. And those wins are not stopping anytime soon. Congratulations, Dan, on your confirmation. I, along with many, many others, are incredibly proud of you. I look forward to following your work and hearing of the strides you will make in your new position. May God continue to bless you, your wonderful wife, Cassie, and your children, Daniel and Lila. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Republicans are ramming through $4.5 trillion in tax cuts for billionaires and powerful corporations. Look it up. We're not making it up. So my, when I hear people say that's not what's happening, when it's very evident, when you're cutting $880 billion, specifically in a committee that works on Medicaid, where do you think it's going to come from? And so for us to be able, for this chamber to be able to pay for the cuts for the billionaires and powerful corporations, they are literally ripping health care away from millions of our families. Nearly 80 million people across the country rely on Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program for access to health care. Medicaid is a program that provides prenatal care for expectant mothers, vaccinations for our children, treatments for chronic conditions. It is a program that ensures that people don't have to choose between paying for their medication and putting food on the table. We all know our healthcare system is broken. It's inhumane. They can't do it alone. For those who rely on Medicaid, it's not just a service, Mr. Speaker. It is between life and death. Right now, the future of Medicaid is under threat. It is clear as day when you cut $880 billion. Under the budget that many of my colleagues passed last night, more than 250,000 people alone in my own district will be impacted. 2.6 million across the state of Michigan will be impacted. You know, these are not just numbers. It's our neighbors. It's our friends. It's a parent that has a special needs child. It's our families. They depend on Medicaid for treatment, for medication that is life or death, for health services they simply cannot afford elsewhere because we have sick care in our country and we haven't had the courage to take on the industry. Among them, of course, are over thousands and thousands of children. I know seniors and people with disabilities will be at the top of being directly impacted. Medicaid, Mr. Speaker, is the primary source for long-term care in our country. Long-term care in our country depends on Medicaid funding. In my district alone, I have 22,000 seniors above 65 that rely on it. Many of them, again, rely on the necessary care and services because of Medicare to live in dignity in their later years. Without Medicaid, our seniors could be forced to live without health care protections, what they need the most, at the moment they need it the most. So make no mistake, Republicans want to give away trillions of dollars to the richest people in the world. They want to pay for it by risking the lives of children and seniors. They are fully aware of what the impact is in their own communities, but they did it anyways because they're convincing themselves it's not happening. It's not going to happen. We'll see. Remember those words when they said it wasn't in there and what you see the impact will be on our families. Please, to all our residents across the country, raise your voices and fight. Fight for our families. Share your stories. We must continue to demand that health care is a right in our country and not a privilege. We'll not allow them to fund tax cuts for billionaires that can afford health care by stripping away health care for our most vulnerable. Mr. Speaker, we are not an experiment for Elon Musk to play with. We're not. And the Trump administration's ongoing attacks on the federal workforce is out of control. It's chaotic. It's harmful. You know, 2 children froze to death in the city I grew up in because they couldn't access housing resources. They kept calling, right? At that moment, though, we're letting go the HUD workers who oversee compliance of the Detroit Housing Commission. When I see that yesterday, within the Dingle VA hospital in Detroit, 28 veteran workers, some that clean the surgical equipment, were fired yesterday. What happens? These are cuts to our federal workforce, have real life impacts. Dozens of workers have just been fired, not only at the Dingle Hospital, but with our HUD programs, FEMA, EPA, you name it. This administration is sending a message that they couldn't care less about not only our veterans, but the fact that we have a right to breathe clean air, that we have a right to be protected by those that abuse their power. And now the administration is doing what their administration is doing is so incredibly harmful that they keep reversing their decisions, again, creating this kind of chaos that is creating fear among our families and impacting their services. These unaccountable billionaires are coming up after all of our workers, federal workers, and it's an important reminder that it's not just a worker, that these are individuals, Mr. Speaker, that behind every single
time
worker
has expired.
Is a federal program that helps our families.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Senator Mike Lee and I will reintroduce the Shielding Children's Retinas from Egregious Exposure on the Net Act, also known as the SCREEN Act. The average age of a child's first exposure to pornography is 11 years old. Blocking and filtering software is ineffective, with nearly 80% of children and teens between the ages of 12 and 17 being exposed to pornography. Not only has pornography become easier to access, but the content has descended further into violence and degradation, glamorizing assault, physical abuse, and non-consensual acts. As children become desensitized to depictions of sexual abuse, research indicates that adolescent users internalize and emulate these harmful behaviors. Research reveals a list of psychological effects stemming from modern pornography on the developing brain include anxiety, addiction, low self-esteem, body image disorders, an increase in problematic sexual activity at younger ages, and increased desire among minors to engage in risky sexual behaviors. 16 states have declared youth exposure to pornography to be a serious public health issue, and 19 states have enacted some form of website age verification requirement. The Supreme Court is poised to rule on the Texas age verification law and whether they apply strict scrutiny or a lower form of judicial review. It is abundantly clear that the SCREEN Act is the answer. We must take decisive action to protect our children from the scourge of pornography. I urge the House and Senate to act swiftly in passing the SCREEN Act so that President Trump can sign it into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Barra, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is both an honor and a bittersweet moment for me today as my office bids farewell to someone who's been a cornerstone of Team Barra since my first year in office in 2013. When Kelvin Lum first walked in through the doors as an intern, no one could have predicted the tremendous impact he would have, not just in our office, but on the lives of the people that we serve. Over his tenure, Kelvin has been instrumental in securing funding for numerous projects that have improved the lives of Sacramento County residents. From forging relationships with community partners to working behind the scenes to ensure federal resources reach those who need them most, Kelvin has played a vital role in making these projects a reality. His leadership and dedication have left a lasting impact on our community, from strengthening our infrastructure and expanding public safety initiatives to driving economic development that has uplifted families and businesses alike. Kelvin has set an example for all of us of what it means to lead with integrity, to work with passion, and to always put the people we serve at the heart of what we do. Beyond his official duties, Kelvin is a mentor and a friend to everyone on our team and across the halls of Congress. While we will all miss Kelvin in our office, I know that the work he has done here will continue to have lasting impact. His legacy is woven into every bill we've passed, every amendment we've introduced, and every constituent we've helped. That said, Kelvin will continue to be in service of others as the Director of Federal Policy at Stop AAPI Hate, a nonprofit that fights discrimination against the AA-NHPI community. I have no doubt he will bring the same dedication and passion to this role as he has in our office. Perhaps Kelvin's greatest accomplishment was meeting his future wife, Nisha, in our office. It is our hope that Kelvin soon will add to the next generation of Team Bara. We wish Kelvin and Nisha the best in this next endeavor. Please join me in thanking Kelvin for his service to our community and our great nation as we send him off with our heartfelt thanks and appreciation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, today I am calling on Congress to protect Medicaid benefits for American citizens. There are a number of states that are using taxpayer dollars to provide Medicaid to those who are in our country illegally. Public funds that could have been spent providing care for their own citizens. Worst of all is my own state of California, which became the first state in the nation, the only state in the nation, to provide free Medi-Cal to every single person in the country, in our state, illegally. It was recently revealed that this is costing California taxpayers $9.5 billion this year alone. Now, right now, we're talking about costs over a 10-year time horizon. So let's consider what that cost will be here. The cost is surely going to grow in terms of the year-over-year cost, given A, the rising cost of health care, and B, increased enrollment. When you're the only state that's offering this most generous benefit, it entices people to come to your state. Indeed, that's why it went up 46% this year. And it's why last year, the San Diego border sector had the most illegal border crossings of any border sector in the country for the first time since the 1990s. So when you factor in that $9.5 billion cost this year and the rate in which it's going to grow year over year for the next decade, we're talking about hundreds of billions of dollars that is going to go towards providing Medicaid benefits to people who are in our country illegally. Funds that could have gone towards improving access to care for the most vulnerable Californians. I think this is absolutely unacceptable. And for all of the folks who have been giving impassioned speeches about the importance of protecting Medicaid, joining our efforts to stop this, joining my bill, the No Medicaid for Illegal Immigrants Act, is an opportunity to do just that. Mr. Speaker, I wish to recognize retiring Mono County Board of Education member Catherine Mandachek for her years of devoted service to the people of Mono County. Catherine has been a leader in the local community for over 4 decades, serving as trustee Area 1 as a board member for 11 terms. Kathy was born in Huntington Park, California, later moving to Mono County with her husband and 3 children from Whittier. In 1982, Kathy began her service on the Mono County Board of Education to fulfill her mission of providing what she described as a, quote, good, solid education to the students of her community. During her 10 years as a board member, Kathy continuously advocated for the support and services of the Mono County Office of Education and Mono County Public Libraries. With the Education Board also serving as the county's Library Authority Board, Kathy worked tirelessly to support various local libraries, including her beloved Colville Library. In addition to her work on the Board of Education, Kathy also serves as a commissioner of the Antelope Valley Fire District. As commissioner, Kathy has personified the district's core values of professionalism, courtesy, and efficiency, working to provide fire prevention services and safety education to the people of Mono County. Kathy is known by others for her quick wit, thoughtful guidance, and for her significant contributions to the Mono County Board of Education. Her leadership and continued devotion to service have been the hallmark of her career. It is because of people like Catherine Mandachek that Mono County is such a great place to live, to learn, to work, and to recreate. Her dedicated efforts contributed to the overall academic success of students in the region, as well as the safety and security of the people of Mono County. Therefore, on behalf of the United States House of Representatives, it is an honor and a privilege to acknowledge Catherine Mandachek for her career in public service. I join the people of Mono County in wishing Kathy the very best in her retirement. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Most holy God, let your goodness pass before us. In this day and in this place, when so much around us blinds us with contention and confusion, come before this body and guard us with your guiding presence to lead us through the wilderness of unease and uncertainty, differences and discord. Proclaim your name in our presence, that the sound of the name that is above all names will direct our ears to hear you in the deliberations around us, and will focus our minds on the importance of the work you set before us. In you, then, God, will we trust, when you show grace to those whom you have chosen to be gracious. To you we will be faithful and not question when you show mercy to those on whom you have chosen to show mercy. But may we be obedient when you send us forth to be the vessels of that grace and mercy, even to those whom you have challenged us to serve. And may we be thankful when that grace and mercy fall on us. Spirit of our gracious and merciful God, fall afresh on us as we offer our prayers for this day. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purposes, gentlemen from South Carolina seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I attended the Munich Security Conference last week where Danish Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen correctly identified the Ukrainian war as the Russian war in Ukraine. In a maniacal, murderous efforts to resurrect the failed Soviet Union, war criminal Putin has oppressed the people of Russia, invaded Ukraine, has maintained occupation of Moldovan Transnistria, invaded Ukrainian Crimea, seized South Ossetia and Abkhazia of Georgia, and rigging the Georgian parliamentary election won by courageous Salome Zoroastriashvili, virtually annexing Belarus by rigging a presidential election won by Svetlana Tsikhanouskaya, then invading Ukraine twice, where Ukraine successfully, armed with Javelin missiles by President Donald Trump, has resisted. Desperate war criminal Putin has confirmed his failing attempt to resurrect the failed Soviet Union, threatening the Baltic republics and even Poland. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. And our sympathy to the family of the legendary Roberta Flack, who will always be cherished for her loving connection to the American people. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a true community leader in the West Dallas area, Reverend M.L. Curry. For 44 years, Dr. Curry preached the Word of God from West Dallas and beyond North America, always living by the words of his first sermon, "Here I am, Lord, send me, I'll go." Throughout his years of service, he went on into our communities, lifting the lost, strengthening the faithful, and fighting for justice. Dr. Curry was a man of deep conviction, and he was a true servant, an activist, a champion for the West Dallas community, and one of my really early first friends in the West Dallas area. He marched for the homeless and did everything he could to help make housing more secure for vulnerable families in Dallas. And he was also the president of the West Dallas Interdenominational Ministerial Alliance for over 25 years, leading clergy in that area to help improve outcomes in the community. And so today we remember a man of deep faith, of deep action, and someone who was a man of love. Dr. Curry has gone home to glory, but his legacy will live on forever. May he rest in peace.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about an important milestone in my congressional career. Last week, I introduced my first bill as a member of this body. I introduced the Agricultural and Forestry Hauling Efficiency Act. For me, this is a safety concern. On one hand, this bill helps farmers and loggers feed and fuel this country by helping them move product across the Commonwealth of Virginia directly from their farms to their processors. But the bill also increases transportation safety. Agriculture and logging are two of the largest industries in the Commonwealth of Virginia, combining for over $120 billion in annual economic impact. But unlike many other states, currently Virginia loggers primarily use rural roadways to transport product because of weight limitations on interstate highways. My bill increases the maximum weight allowance from 80,000 pounds to 90,000 pounds on interstate highways in Virginia for trucks hauling certain agricultural and forest products. This will ensure a safer and more efficient transportation system while reducing congestion and fatalities on secondary roads. I'm proud that the first bill that I introduced in Congress is very important for not only my district, but for the rest of the Commonwealth. I would like to thank Congressman Rob Whitman for supporting this legislation, and I want to thank the associations that advocated for this bill.
The gentleman's
and with that,
time
I
has
yield
expired.
back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to address one issue of concern to the American people, and then an incredibly important issue related to the district that I am privileged to represent back home in Brooklyn. The American people elected us to solve problems on their behalf, to address the issues that matter, like the high cost of living, to lower housing costs, lower grocery costs, lower child care costs, lower insurance costs, and lower utility costs. America is too expensive. And we need to build an affordable economy for hard-working American taxpayers at home in Brooklyn and all across America. That's what we were elected to do, to solve problems, not to make things worse. Republicans have decided to proceed with a budget resolution that sets in motion the largest cut to Medicaid in American history, up to, if not beyond, $880 billion in Medicaid cuts. Children will be devastated. Families will be devastated. Everyday Americans with disabilities will be devastated. Seniors will be devastated. Hospitals will be devastated. And nursing homes will be devastated. Democrats are going to stand on the side of the American people. And that is why each and every Democrat opposed these out-of-control, harmful potential cuts to Medicaid that were part of the Republican budget resolution. And we will continue to stand on the side of the American people to solve problems for hardworking American taxpayers, to make life more affordable, and to ensure that in America, when you work hard and play by the rules, you should be able to provide a comfortable living for yourself and for your family, educate your children, purchase a home, one day retire with grace and dignity, go on vacation every now and then, and of course have access to high-quality, affordable health care, not to take health care away from the American people. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the 2024 Pop Warner football 9 and under national champions and to welcome them to the House chamber. The Mo Better Jaguars, straight out of Brownsville, never ran, never will. Throughout the season, the Mo Better Jaguars team displayed incredible skill, resilience, courage, intellect, and determination on the field and off. In a year where our local NFL teams went a combined 8-26, it's rough to be a Jets and Giants fan at this moment. The Jaguars did their thing and put together a remarkable 12-0 undefeated season, not giving up a single touchdown before the Super Bowl. During their championship run, people from all walks of life, including the owner of the iconic Junior's restaurant, came together to support the Jaguars to make sure they could travel to Florida, participate in the Pop Warner Super Bowl, and bring the trophy home to Brooklyn. And what a show they put on. Running back Ron Rolock made the play of the game with an incredible one-handed catch on 4th down to seal the victory for the Jaguars. It was an incredible team effort. Thank you to the dedicated coaches, loving parents and families, and to the entire Brooklyn community for supporting these amazing young men. Welcome to the House chamber, and congratulations to the Mo Better Jaguars on your Super Bowl victory. I yield back.
The chair will remind all persons in the gallery that they are here as guests of the House and that any manifestation of approval or disapproval from proceedings is in violation of the rules of the House. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in the budget resolution document, there is no mention of Medicaid or any cuts to it, or Social Security, Medicare, any of it. So that is a lie that continues to be told on this floor and in the media, and people shouldn't buy into it and then swamp their member of Congress at the result of these lies and have these aggressive town halls. You're being lied to when they say this stuff. We're going to contemplate this budget resolution in the budget reconciliation process, and that'll be in front of the people to see. So with that, I did want to talk about the situation in Israel a little bit, and Hamas and the way they have so brutally murdered and abused people there. It's been 500 days, and it's time that we recognize Hamas for what they are, because you know what? They're not wearing any coexist stickers on themselves or on the bumpers of their cars. They do not want to get along with Israel. When the goal is, in much of that world, to destroy Israel, this is what we're dealing with. And so we need to remember that in whatever negotiations go forward as we get the hostages back. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek a recognition? Without objections, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak out against the Republicans' latest budget proposal, which could deny American families of the health care they need to survive. In my district alone, more than 149,000 people on Medicaid are now at risk of losing their health care. This includes more than 84,000 kids and over 21,000 seniors. Medicaid is a lifeline for the most vulnerable Floridians. In Palm Beach County, Medicaid has allowed Reverend Latifah Griffin to care for her 10-year-old son, who suffers from pain and has severe difficulty walking. Her son has cerebral palsy and depends on a wheelchair and pediatric extended care. care. In Ana Lucha County, Medicaid has met Virginia, an adult with a disability, has a home health aide to care for her every single day so she can not just survive, but she can thrive at home in her environment. These are the people who will suffer the most if these proposals move forward. I'd like to let you know that I'll do whatever it takes to push back and to make sure that every vulnerable American has the services they need. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I see the evidence consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing right now is nothing short of a great betrayal. Donald Trump, President Elon Musk, and every single Republican in this chamber that voted to advance the Republican budget resolution last night have been looking their constituents in the face and lying. Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP, programs that millions of Americans rely on to survive, they want to make cuts to. They want to tear apart the safety net that millions of seniors, veterans, disabled folks, working people, and over 38 million children rely on. They're willing to leave you and your families to suffer, and after they voted for the bill, they clapped about it. Why? Because in a few months, they want to pass massive tax cuts for billionaires and mega corporations, and they want your children and your grandparents to pay for it. This isn't just about politics. It's an attack on everybody that has to clock in and out every day for work. Yesterday, House Republicans wanted to forcibly remove me from a committee for calling out this administration's grift, but they don't have a single damn thing to say when it comes to protecting health care for children and seniors. I yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president and to direct their comments to the purpose. Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize Heart Health Month. Heart Health Month is a time to raise awareness about the importance of cardiovascular health and the steps that we can take to protect our hearts. Heart disease remains the leading cause of death in the United States, affecting millions of Americans each year. But the good news is that many heart conditions are preventable through small, everyday choices. Taking care of our hearts doesn't require drastic changes. It's about simple, consistent habits. Staying active, eating a balanced diet, managing stress, and keeping up with regular checkups. Beyond personal choices, Heart Health Month is also a reminder to check in on our loved ones. Encourage family and friends to prioritize their heart health by scheduling a doctor's visit or finding ways to stay active together. Mr. Speaker, I want to recognize this month as a chance to educate, motivate, and take actions because a healthy heart means a healthier, longer life for all of us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
You got anything else? Looks like they're ready, so let's get started.
All right. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 161, I call up the bill H.J. Res. 35 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 35, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to waste emissions charge for petroleum and natural gas systems, procedures for facilitating compliance, including netting and exemptions.
Pursuant to House Resolution 161, the joint resolution is considered read. The joint resolution shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority members of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Poloni, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks on the legislation and to insert extraneous materials on H.J. Res. 35.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield. May I move forward?
Yeah. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in strong support of H.J. Res. 35, a resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to waste emissions charged for petroleum and natural gas systems, procedures for facilitating compliance, including netting and exemptions. Sponsored by my friend from Texas, Mr. Pfluger. H.J. Res. 35 will repeal the disastrous rule by the Biden administration that punishes our small and mid-sized energy producers here in the United States. The so-called waste emissions charge starts at $900 per metric ton for last year's reported methane emissions and then increases to $1,200 per metric ton for 2025 emissions and increases one more time to $1,500 per metric ton of emissions for 2026 and the years thereafter. There are about 9,000 small and mid-sized independent petroleum drillers in the United States. These mostly small operations are responsible for developing 91% of oil and gas wells and producing 83% of America's oil and 90% of our country's natural gas. We should be thanking them, not punishing them. If we do not act, American jobs and energy production will be lost. This is really, for all intents and purposes, a punitive tax on natural gas. These folks are not our enemy. They make the fuel we use to heat our homes, etc. Now, I can tell you that I and other Republicans are not opposed, Mr. Speaker, to the regulation of methane. I see it as an asset that should not be wasted when it is practicably able to be captured. But there are cases where it's not practicable. However, we are opposed to bureaucratic overreach that, intended or not, will force some of these small producers out of business, making the energy supply in the United States less. We should instead be making rules that work with industry to facilitate the progress that our country's energy producers have already made in reducing emissions. I urge all of my colleagues to support this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to H.J. Res. 35, a resolution that will drive up energy prices in the United States. It's a radical measure that would gut one of the Inflation Reduction Act's most critical programs, the Methane Emissions Reduction Program. And with this resolution, Republicans are doubling down on their commitment to lining the pockets of their special interest corporate polluter friends at Americans' expense. Of course, we shouldn't be surprised that the House Republicans continue to prioritize billionaires and big corporations over everyday Americans. I mean, just last night, Republicans moved forward with a budget that includes devastating, life-altering cuts to Medicaid and food assistance for our kids, our seniors, and our veterans, all so Republicans can give tax breaks to their billionaire buddies. Now, H.J. Res. 35 is just another giveaway that saddles Americans with higher energy bills, plain and simple, all to help Republicans' corporate polluter friends. What's more, repealing the Environmental Protection Agency's methane polluter fee slashes revenue for the government, meaning this bill will cost American taxpayers a whopping $7.2 billion. And this is really shameful, a massive waste of money and resources. Because the reality is that this, without the methane polluter fee, it's cheaper for the oil and gas industry to waste valuable methane rather than install or upgrade equipment to control that pollution. Currently, oil and gas companies waste enough natural gas from leaks, venting, and flaring to meet the energy demand of 14 million households every year. In other words, the oil and gas industry is throwing $2 billion worth of American energy down the drain every year, which Americans then have to pay for. And that wasted methane has grave consequences for our environment and for public health. Methane is an extremely dangerous greenhouse gas that accounts for nearly a third of today's global warming and is a key contributor to smog. And that's why strong pollution control programs like the Methane Emissions Reduction Program are so pivotal. The program includes a suite of incentives to drive down excess methane pollution, including $1.5 billion to help industry reduce methane emissions. Now, at the heart of this program is the methane polluter fee, which is targeted by the resolution before us today. This fee is meant to correct the market failure that makes it cheaper for operators to waste methane rather than capture and sell it. It ensures polluters pay for their own wasted energy and the harm it causes, not American consumers. It's not a tax. It's not at all. Unlike a tax, the methane polluter fee only applies to wasted methane above specific thresholds. So these achievable thresholds are based on the oil and gas industry's own climate commitments and methane reduction targets. And I have to stress, we worked with the industry when we were putting this together as part of the Inflation Reduction Act. And then EPA applies a fee for wasted methane that exceeds these thresholds. And the best part is that companies can avoid the fee altogether simply by not wasting methane. So you understand, they don't even pay the fee if they don't waste the methane. And we actually have a fund to help them upgrade their equipment so they can not waste the methane and actually improve the situation. So many industry leaders are already meeting these thresholds that HR Res 35 is trying to get rid of. So essentially what you're seeing here is that the good actors are actually doing the right thing. They're not wasting methane anymore. Some of them have gotten help in order to upgrade their equipment. And then they don't pay any fee, right? It's the bad actors, the dirtiest oil and gas companies and producers, I should say, that this helps because they don't want to have to upgrade, they don't care, they just want to pollute. And that's just really the unfortunate part of all this, that we're, instead of encouraging the good actors, we encourage the bad actors. So Mr. Speaker, addressing methane pollution can yield tremendous financial, climate, and public health benefits across the country. By incentivizing companies to capture lost revenue, the Methane Emissions Reduction Program and the Methane Polluter Fee spur American innovation, strengthen businesses, boost local economies. In fact, between 2014 and 2024, in that 10 years, there was an 88% increase in manufacturing firms in the methane mitigation industry. So this mitigation spurs industry and growth in the economy. And this sector employs thousands of Americans across the nation with high-quality, good-paying jobs. And yet this Republican resolution threatens those jobs and undermines American innovation, in my opinion. It also not only blocks the EPA from implementing the program's waste emission charge, also known as the methane polluter fee, but also prevents the EPA from ever taking similar action in the future. So controlling methane pollution is a win-win for all Americans. It's unfortunate my Republican colleagues are willing to throw all of this away in order to line the pockets of their corporate polluter friends, raising costs on hardworking Americans and the middle class in the process. So make no mistake, President Trump, Elon Musk, congressional Republicans have no intention of doing anything to lower energy bills for Americans. And HR Res 35 is just the latest proof of that. So I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Weber, for 2 minutes.
The gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, it is a new day in America. And once again, House Republicans are standing up for hardworking Texans and Americans by rolling back another harmful rule pushed through by the Biden administration. Mr. Speaker, I call him Biden because I think he's Obama's third term. The latest scheme slaps new taxes on our energy producers, the very folks who keep our gas prices low and our economy running strong. We're not going to sit back and let the Biden administration strangle our energy industry with unnecessary costs. It's absolutely time to strike down this destructive natural gas tax and protect America's energy independence. Now, My friends on the other side of the aisle want to claim that President Biden, I'll use his term, this natural gas tax won't hurt producers who are in compliance, quote, end quote. Well, newsflash, that's a bait and switch, Mr. Speaker. Under the current waste emission charge regulations, the so-called regulatory compliance exemption only applies if methane emission regulations are in place in every applicable state. But here's the catch. Many states haven't adopted these regulations, which means producers can't even comply with these rules that don't exist. In other words, the exemption, quote unquote, isn't really an exemption at all. It's just another backdoor tax designed to squeeze the very industry that keeps Americans powered. This isn't just bureaucratic red tape, Mr. Speaker. It's a direct attack on Texas jobs, bless you, Texas families, and energy producers who fuel our nation. I'm proud to support my colleagues in striking down this burdensome tax and standing up for the hardworking men and women of the Lone Star State and our great nation. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now 4 minutes to the ranking member of our Environment Subcommittee, Mr. Tonko of New York.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in opposition, strong opposition to this resolution, Mr. Speaker. For the past 5 weeks, Elon Musk and congressional Republicans have been running around calling any federal spending that they don't like waste. Well, the empowerment exercise of Elon Musk is a rather interesting saga. A person that did not have a background check, that was not confirmed or had a process of approval through the United States Senate, and is functioning through a ghost agency of government oversight of efficiency, is now like the determinant to go forward and reduce government in a way that's not utilizing the strength of inspectors general or institutional memory that can best guide the academics to do that with the greatest degree of efficiency.
Gentleman will suspend.
And so,
gentleman will suspend for a moment. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
When debating this
gentleman will suspend.
Does the gentleman from New York yield for a parliamentary inquiry?
Does the gentleman from New York yield for a parliamentary inquiry?
Sure.
The gentleman yields. Gentleman's recognized.
When debating this resolution, is it House J-Res 35? Is it appropriate to discuss superfluous matters to the matter at hand currently on the floor?
Under Clause 1 of Rule 17, remarks in debate must be confined to the subject under debate, in this case, the pending legislation.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well,
The
Mr.
gentleman is
Speaker,
recognized.
I was using that to set in context my comments because, again, waste addressed in an efficiency exercise is important. But ironically, today, we're finally on the House floor talking about an EPA rule that reduces actual literal waste, and Republicans want to undo it. The oil and gas industry is the largest industrial source of methane pollution. Each year, oil and gas operators emit the equivalent of $2 billion worth of wasted natural gas, and that can come via venting or perhaps flaring and leaks. And the methane polluter fee makes certain that companies are held accountable for their waste. So yes, this is an effort to provide for efficiency for the general public, because methane waste is not only exacerbating climate change, it is also bad for Americans, especially through their energy bills. You see, consumers still pay for natural gas that is wasted, but this resolution will let those polluters off the hook. It also hurts American companies that are innovating new technologies that enable leak detection and repair and create whole new pollution reduction industries. These new technologies are turning waste into economic value, all while protecting our environment. And I would suggest that That is an exercise we should all embrace. But oil and gas industry polluters aren't willing to take meaningful mitigation actions voluntarily if it eats into their bottom lines. It is why we have historically enacted environmental laws to make sure polluters pay for the damage that they do to the public. And the methane polluter fee is the next chapter of that environmental success story. By incentivizing companies to perform leak detections and repairs that provide high quality and good paying jobs that employ thousands of Americans across our great country. We should be holding polluters accountable, lowering energy costs for hardworking Americans, and supporting new domestic industries. But when it comes down to a choice between reducing everyday Americans' energy bills or lining the pockets of oil and gas executives, Republicans will choose big oil each and every time. Let's stop wasting methane without consequence, and let's not leave American consumers footing the bill. So I urge members to oppose this resolution, and with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask about this parliamentary inquiry. I yield myself such time if I can. That there was a ruling on.
Does the gentleman have a parliamentary inquiry?
Well, the problem that I have, Mr. Speaker, unless I misunderstood, yes, it would be a parliamentary inquiry. Unless I misunderstood, Mr. Griffin was criticizing Mr. Tonko because he mentioned Elon Musk in the context of this debate. Well, I mean, I was in the back room before this debate started, and the president had his first cabinet meeting, and Elon Musk was in charge of the cabinet meeting talking about every topic in the federal government. As you know, he has used his position with DOGE to fire people at the EPA.
Gentleman's not been recognized for an inquiry.
My question is, could you
be
repeat
recognized
that
for
ruling
debate.
and what it was about? Was it about Elon Musk? Because
so the chair had advised members that under Clause 1 of Rule 17, remarks in debate must be confined to the subject under debate, in this case, the pending legislation.
All right, I don't
have an inquiry.
Look,
So
I'll
the gentleman
just
is
yield
debate.
myself such time as I make.
Gentleman's
this point.
recognized.
All right. Again, I'm a little confused. If Mr. Griffith's comment was about the fact that we cannot bring on Elon Musk, who's essentially in charge of so many government programs, including everything at the EPA. Again, I was in the back room. He was addressing the cabinet. No one was saying anything. He was talking about every government policy. He has fired people at the EPA. He has commented on every government policy, including EPA policy. Again, I don't understand what the ruling was. I don't want to get into it again, but we certainly will continue to talk about Elon Musk and the negative impact of DOGE on the EPA, on methane, on everything else. That's what we're going to do. So
Does the
whatever,
gentleman
I yield
reserve-
back. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. I meant no offense and no criticism. As the gentleman from the other side of the aisle and from New Jersey knows, I love parliamentary procedure. And one of the reasons that we have parliamentary procedure and rules of parliamentary procedure is to make the place more efficient. We are talking about H.J. Res 35 today. We are not talking about every other ill that anybody might think is going on. The focus today in this debate period is H.J. Res 35. That's my only point. Meant no criticism of Mr. Tonko or the Democrats in this matter, just trying to get us on track with parliamentary procedure. I now yield 2 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank Mr. Griffin for yielding. Mr. Speaker, it's a new day in America. I remind my friends that just 6 years ago, we had the greatest economy in our lifetime, and we achieved energy independence. That's what this day is about. The days of weakness on the world stage and dependence on foreign adversaries for our energy needs are over. I am proud to rise in support of H.J. Res 35 to repeal the Biden administration's harmful rule establishing a natural gas tax and help the United States reclaim energy dominance. The Biden administration had an all-out war on fossil fuel. On their way out the door, the previous administration finalized this burdensome rule to effectively collect taxes on methane emissions released from oil and gas facilities and funnel that money to their radical climate allies. What my Democrat colleagues won't tell you is that our clean natural gas is a major reason why the U.S. has become a world leader in reducing carbon emissions. In partnership with President Trump, House Republicans are reinstating common sense in Washington. To lower costs for American families, we must unleash our energy capabilities and utilize the reliable natural gas right under our feet, not impose these outlandish taxes on domestic producers. I strongly urge support of H.J. Res. 35, and I yield back.
I reserve. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes now to gentleman from California, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Peters.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise today to strongly oppose efforts to repeal the waste emissions charge, commonly known as a methane fee, which is a common-sense measure that benefits American industry, protects consumers, and provides much-needed regulatory certainty in the energy sector. Addressing methane emissions, especially fugitive emissions from oil and gas, is one of the most effective ways to combat the climate crisis, protect public health, and ensure America's energy sector remains globally competitive. Methane has a global warming potential 80 times higher than carbon dioxide over a 20-year period, meaning that even small leaks can erase the climate benefits of utilizing cleaner energy sources. And unfortunately, methane regulations have been caught in a cycle of constant change. The first Trump administration repealed methane regulations from the previous administration. When President Biden took office, we led efforts to reinstate these crucial protections. And then now, and in 2022, House Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which not only reinstated strong methane controls, but also implemented a market-driven approach to reducing waste, the methane fee. The methane fee is not a blanket tax on energy production. And I think the gentleman from Virginia suggested that this was a tax on small polluters. Actually, it's a tax only on larger emitters because it's only applied for 25,000 metric tons annually. So it's on the larger ones. It's designed to encourage companies to capture more methane rather than venting it or leaking it. The methane fee provides proof to consumers and competitors that we are serious about producing the cleanest, most efficient natural gas on the market. Repealing the fee would hurt American industry by eliminating incentives to modernize operations and remain competitive in an international market that increasingly values low-emission energy. Now, I'm supposed to get up here and bash big oil, but actually, big oil is for the methane fee. The largest companies, ExxonMobil, Total Energies, Cheniere Energy, they support strong methane rule. They oppose this repeal because they know reducing waste makes business sense. Now, how is that? Because the customers for our gas around the world, Korea, South Korea, Japan, the EU, are demanding cleaner gas. These companies know that the methane fee demonstrates that our gas is cleaner. And also it has led to the consumer demand from those customers has led to the development of technologies to detect methane, its presence, its concentration, in a way that we can make much more efficient ways to regulate it. A repeal would undercut responsible producers who have invested in cutting-edge methane detection and capture technologies that make them globally competitive. So even if this CRA passes today, the problem doesn't simply disappear. My colleagues on the other side never miss a chance to point out that the natural gas revolution has contributed to our historic energy independence and cut our CO2 emissions from energy production. That's true, but even small leaks of methane wipe out that advantage from a climate perspective. World markets and domestic politics are demanding that the industry can prove with real credibility and transparency that we fixed this methane problem. It's increasingly apparent that the viability of exporting U.S. liquefied natural gas depends on American policies to address methane pollution. So if we don't do this, we're going to have to pass bipartisan legislation to do the same thing to ensure that the industry standards are the cleanest, most efficient, provide for the cleanest, most efficient natural gas production. Industry and ratepayers have asked us for certainty, consistency, and an assurance that America will remain a global leader in energy production and resilience. The customers want this to happen. The large producers want this to happen. I don't see why Democrats and Republicans can't agree on this. We need long-term solutions, not more political whiplash. I urge my colleagues to stand with responsible energy producers and American consumers to reject efforts that repeal this vital provision. I thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recognize my good friend, Dr. Joyce, gentleman from Pennsylvania, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you to the gentleman from the Commonwealth of Virginia. I rise today to strongly support House Joint Resolution 35, legislation to repeal the Biden administration's waste emissions charge. During President Biden's term in office, he and his administration waged war on our domestic energy producers, limiting their production and expanding regulations that raise prices on the American consumer. The waste emissions charge implemented by President Biden through the failed Inflation Reduction Act does nothing but shackle our energy producers, raising costs for consumers and forcing our allies into the hands of adversaries. By repealing the Biden administration rule, we can deliver on the mandate that Americans voted for in November and unleash American energy production. This will allow us to support hardworking constituents and our allies abroad by producing more affordable and cleaner energy. By simply repealing this overreaching regulation, our nation can step forward fully utilizing the energy resources that are underneath the feet of my constituents. Soon, with the help of H.J. Res. 35, we will once again be energy dominant. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this important legislation. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield now to the gentlewoman from Virginia, a member of our committee, Ms. McClellan. 4 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I thank the gentleman from New Jersey for the time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong opposition to H.J. Res. 35, which will block the methane polluter fee, which is designed to control wasteful methane from the oil and gas industry. This resolution is another attempt by Republicans to put corporate polluters ahead of hardworking American people. And much like their budget adopted last night, it's a handout for billionaires and large corporations. Despite President Trump's promise to cut energy costs, Republicans are actively working to raise American energy bills, not to mention the effect that reckless tariffs together with this policy that the Republicans are pushing will drive American energy bills and prices at the pump sky high. But I guess those high prices are worth the cost to Republicans if it means big oil and gas are pleased. The methane emission reduction program was created to make sure that these big corporations pay for their own pollution. But I guess my colleagues on the other side of the aisle would prefer that American families cover the cost of corporate pollution, because under this resolution, the American people will be stuck footing the bill. That's egregious. It is egregious to let the American people bear the burden of industry's pollution, because it's not just the cost to their wallets, but it's also the cost to their health and safety. The oil and gas sector is the single largest industrial source of methane pollution in the United States, responsible for nearly a third of our emissions. We know that this pollution to our air has powerful effects on our climate. It's driving worse national disasters. It's devastating wildfires and hurricanes that we've seen, fueled by climate change, aren't just our children's problem. They're here today. The pollution that this methane gas produces affects our children's health today. It affects their respiratory health, among other things. But while Republicans are pushing tax breaks for billionaires and corporate polluters, they'll get a pat on the back from industry today. But Democrats are thinking about the future and the world that our children and their children will inherit. Will it be livable? Will they be able to breathe? I urge my colleagues to put the American people now and in the future, the American people and families over polluters, and vote no on HJ Res 35. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now recognize Mr. Begich of Alaska for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in strong support of House Joint Resolution 35, which repeals the Biden administration's natural gas tax, a misguided policy that drives up costs, stifles investment, and weakens our energy security. This so-called waste emissions charge won't reduce methane emissions, but it will punish American producers, increase reliance on foreign energy, and make life more expensive for America's working families. While some claim this tax does not directly impact my home state of Alaska, what's bad for American energy is bad for Alaskan energy. Alaska holds over 100 trillion cubic feet of natural gas, and the Alaska LNG project is our best chance to bring it to market. Yet, burdensome federal regulations discourage investment, keeping Alaska's energy potential locked away. Meanwhile, Cook Inlet gas supplies are declining, threatening Alaskans in south central Alaska with higher heating and electricity costs. If we want long-term energy security, we must develop our resources. Mr. Speaker, every job is an energy job because energy powers everything that we do. Supporting American energy production means creating good-paying jobs in oil and gas, construction, transportation, manufacturing, and small businesses that rely on affordable energy. The Alaska LNG project alone would generate thousands of jobs, strengthening our economy and supply chains. If we want to grow opportunity for working families, we must stand with American energy and repeal the natural gas tax. Let's be clear. Opponents of this bill are spreading falsehoods. They claim this tax will cut emissions. But the U.S. already leads the world in methane reduction, cutting emissions intensity by 42% since 2015. They say this is about big oil, but 90% of U.S. natural gas comes from small and mid-sized producers. They claim only gas producers are affected, but the Biden administration designed this rule to also hit oil producers.
And time has expired.
I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
And they argue this tax protects energy security, yet it increases reliance on foreign adversaries. If we are serious about energy security, affordability, and economic growth, we must repeal the natural gas tax. HJR 35 is a common-sense step toward a stronger energy future, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I inquire how much time remains on each side?
Has 12 and a half minutes remaining. The gentleman from Virginia has 19 and a half.
Okay.
The gentleman is recognized.
I'll yield myself such time as I may consume. As I mentioned, I'm very much opposed to this resolution, and a big part of it is because I think it's going to cost the American taxpayers more money, cost the federal government more money. The CBO has a preliminary cost estimate for this resolution, and it's a whopper. The CBO estimates that this resolution would cost American taxpayers $7.2 billion over the next 10 years. And I'd ask unanimous consent, if I could, Mr. Speaker, to insert an email from CBO about this in the record, if I could, Mr. Speaker. Okay, I'm going to keep talking. Again, $7.2 billion to have dirtier air, waste more gas, a more unstable climate. I mean, it's really unbelievable. Republicans have spent years getting mad about the deficit, but as we saw yesterday, the first chance they got, they plan to increase the deficit by trillions of dollars in their budget resolution to give tax breaks to billionaires. And this bill is more of the same. They're encouraging oil and gas companies to let their products go to waste to the tune of $7.2 billion rather than put them to work for American families just to line the pockets of their oil and gas allies. You know, I listened to the gentleman from Alaska, and, you know, we're all in favor of developing our natural resources. There was more oil and gas pumped under President Biden than any other president, you know, since I've been here. We want to develop our resources, but in a way that helps Americans save dollars. And I heard Dr. Joyce on our committee talk about our allies. I mean, I got to be honest with you, when I listen to Trump, he makes it sound like our allies are our adversaries, and our adversaries like Russia are our allies. And he talks about investing in Russian resources and oil and gas. So again, I don't know what this administration is doing. I know that what the Republicans are doing today is definitely not a good thing for the American people. It's not good for our deficit. It's not good. It's going to essentially cost Americans more, and it's only going to result in more pollution, when in fact this is working, and this methane fee is actually getting the oil and gas industry to correct this problem and recycle the methane and not waste it. We're just trying to do what makes sense from every point of view here. The methane reduction emissions program is a win-win for everybody, and this resolution is a lose-lose for everybody, in my opinion. I reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, the gentleman's request is granted. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I now recognize my good friend from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 2 minutes.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, my colleague. I appreciate the time here and the effort on this review. So we see that this is an 11th hour rule put in at the end of the Biden administration, like many, that has indeed was contained in the 11th, in the Inflation Reduction Act, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. Pretty funny, that name. But what we have is a situation here where there's a couple main drivers of inflation in this country: government overspending and energy costs that have been driven so high during the Biden administration. It hasn't helped. So what are we doing, in effect, is that we're punishing the people with the reduction of methane by imposing this strict financial charges on the facilities. So, however, due to that rewrite of the greenhouse gas reporting rule, the natural gas tax will capture many more producers than the so-called Inflation Reduction Act actually authorized. So it's already being misapplied. So when you look at the whole issue, House Res 35 is important to get back onto energy independence and also not drive our partners in Europe into the arms of not yet another Russian hoax, it sounds like here today, but indeed to Russian natural gas dependence. And if anybody would review history of those areas of the world, why would they want to be dependent on Russian gas, and why would we do things to help foster that by driving the price and lowering the availability? Indeed, with the miracle of hydraulic fracturing, we've made natural gas so incredibly available for our country to lower the cost of energy. We enjoyed that for a while until the Biden policies have put us where we are. So we have to take a step back, repeal that horrific rule, made by rule, not by a discussion in Congress, but by a stroke of a pen in the Biden era. And so let's repeal this. Let's put us back on an energy independence that will make our economy stronger, make our country stronger, and also help us to be better trading partners with those around the world that can rely on cheap American gas instead of Russian gas. I yield back.
Reserve. Thanks. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd yield 3 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Oregon, Ms. Dexter.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to this resolution to roll back a critical component of the methane emissions reduction program. The Oregonians I represent know that climate change poses a real and existential threat. And as a mother, I understand intimately the anxiety our children are grappling with every day with the warming earth that they are inheriting. It is my commitment to mitigating climate change while working to adapt to it that drives my work here. We cannot kick this can down the road and wait to take action. As our kids are forced to grapple with this reality, I am sick and tired of Republican efforts to let big oil and corporate polluters off the hook. The methane polluter fee that would be rolled back by this resolution corrects a serious market failure that makes it cheaper for polluters to waste methane than install or upgrade equipment to prevent leaks and flaring. I will be voting no because I have no interest in protecting corporate polluters at the expense of a cleaner world for our children. To the Oregonians watching, please know that I will come back to this House floor time and again to ensure our message is heard loud and clear. The climate crisis is real. It is our children who will suffer if we do not stand up to big oil and corporate polluters, and I implore my colleagues to stand with me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now recognize my friend from Minnesota, Mr. Stolber.
The gentleman is recognized.
2 minutes.
For 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.J. Res. 35, which will overturn the disastrous Biden administration's natural gas tax on the hardworking American people. During a time in which energy demand across the United States and the entire world is growing exponentially, the federal government should be making it easier to produce ever cleaner, reliable, and affordable energy. Rather than supporting domestic energy production, the Biden administration and my friends on the other side of the aisle used the so-called Inflation Reduction Act to levy an unnecessary tax on natural gas, which ultimately fell on American people to pay. Simply to try and kill the domestic natural gas industry. Mr. Speaker, do you know what is the largest factor that has led to global emissions being reduced in recent years? Mr. Speaker, it's been the increased use of American natural gas, both here in the United States and around the world. Oil and natural gas produced in the Gulf of America is 43% cleaner than oil and natural gas produced elsewhere around the world. The natural gas tax won't stop the use of all natural gas. It'll simply stop the use of American natural gas. This tax will make it harder for hardworking Americans to pay for their soaring energy bills and force us to utilize more natural gas and energy produced by foreign adversarial nations who have far inferior environmental and labor standards. A natural gas tax is completely misguided tax on the working American people that will hurt their bottom line and benefit Vladimir Putin. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this resolution. Mr. Chair, the Biden administration has been the most anti-domestic energy-producing administration and the most anti-mining administration in the history of this country. We are going to turn it around, and I yield back.
Reserve. The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. I spoke before about how the methane emissions reduction program is a win-win and how this resolution is a lose-lose. Well, the bottom line is that curbing methane waste is an opportunity for the oil and gas industry itself. The industry really wants to waste less methane. It's simple logic. Each molecule of methane saved is one that they can sell to people. So oil and gas operators emit the equivalent of about $2 billion worth of wasted natural gas every year, and there's money to be made in that. On the other hand, repealing this program, which is what this resolution does, will cost us $7.2 billion, and at the same time pollutes our air. So it's a lose-lose scenario. And again, I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now recognize for such time as he may consume the chairman of the full Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman, for yielding. And I rise in support of H.J. Res. 35 to repeal the Biden-Harris administration's natural gas tax. For the last 4 years, Americans witnessed firsthand the implementation of a heavy-handed, top-down regulatory agenda that put the interests of the environmental left first, leading to increased prices for families and businesses. This resolution would overturn the rule implementing the EPA's waste emission charge, which was published following the 2024 presidential election as part of the methane emissions reduction program established in the Inflation Reduction Act. Energy produced in the United States has some of the lowest methane emission intensity in the world. U.S. upstream oil and gas producers have reduced their total methane emissions intensity by 42% since 2015. We have our entrepreneurial spirit to thank for this success, not policies like the WEC, which are unworkable for American producers and will lead to our allies being forced to rely on gas with higher emissions coming from adversarial nations like Venezuela. Businesses and consumers rely on the affordable and reliable natural gas underneath our feet. So by putting new taxes on this base load power, the Biden-Harris administration put the interests of their far left base ahead of the needs of the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation that will enable us to enact President Trump's energy agenda and restore American energy dominance. Thank you, and I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I want to really stress that, you know, the Republicans keep talking about how this methane emissions reduction program harms the industry. Nothing could be further from the truth. There's a whole bunch of incentives in this program to drive down excess methane pollution, remediate the effects of pollution that do occur. But the program provides over $1.5 billion to assist industry with reducing current and legacy methane emissions, including $700 million in incentives for small producers. The methane charge or fee only applies to wasted methane above specific thresholds based on the oil and gas industry's own climate commitments and methane reduction targets. We worked with the industry to put this together. They are cooperating with us. This idea that somehow they're harmed, it's the opposite. They're benefiting. They're actually making money from it. Overall, the methane emission reduction program recognizes the cleanest performers, holds companies responsible for their own leaks and wasted methane, and it drives innovation, creates a lot of jobs. The whole idea is to get them to do the right thing. We even give them money in order to accomplish that with their equipment, and it's working. So this idea that it's harmful is just nonsense. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The chair will receive a message.
Mr. Speaker, messages from the Senate.
Mr. Speaker,
Madam Secretary.
I have been directed by the Senate to inform the House that the Senate has passed S.J. Res. 11, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5, United States Code, of the rules submitted by the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management relating to protection of marine archaeological resources.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now recognize Mr. Pfluger of Texas for such time as he may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my legislation, House Joint Resolution 35, to nullify the EPA's rule on the waste emissions charge, also known as the natural gas tax. With President Trump back in office, it is time to restore American energy. And it's time to restore American energy dominance, which is why I'm proud to lead this CRA to rescind the ill-conceived natural gas tax. As part of his war on energy, former President Biden took radical steps to end fossil fuels during his administration, which hurt the hardworking energy producers, not only in my district in the Permian Basin, Midland, and Odessa, but also across America. And this Congressional Review Act is a tool that Congress uses to overturn federal agency actions, a direct example of congressional checks and balances on the executive branch and one of Congress's most important duties. My CRA will not eliminate the program that collects this tax, but it will remove the EPA's ability to collect it. This is an essential first step in eliminating this tax while we work to undo the underlying statute, killing the natural gas tax once and for all. And it's critical to negate these punitive regulatory requirements now to ensure that the United States can reclaim its place as the world leader in energy for generations to come. In the waning days of the Biden administration, the EPA doubled down on Biden's disastrous energy policies, imposing a burdensome and harmful tax on oil and natural gas facilities called the waste emissions charge, also like we've been discussing, the natural gas tax or the methane tax. And this tax was a blatant abuse of power and the first time that the federal government had ever directly levied a tax on emissions, creating a duplicative layer of red tape that would devastate American energy if continued. The specifics of this tax started at $900 a metric ton in 24, increased to $1,200 and then $1,500 in the subsequent years. While the statute directs the EPA to develop a formula to impose and collect a tax based on intensity, Biden's EPA did so by ignoring well-established international standards. And actually, one of the things I've heard here today is that industry was consulted. That's false. Industry was not consulted. In a hearing, a member of Biden's Department of Energy told me, I said, tell me one producer you've worked with. Name one producer you have worked with. And they couldn't come up with that producer. They couldn't come up with even one until pressed. And then they said, you know, whatever producer they thought. I went back and double checked that. They hadn't been consulted. They hadn't been talked to. This is an important day. Taxes like the one we were discussing raise energy production costs, they discourage investment, and they ultimately lead to higher consumer prices and costs. Not only is this a tremendous burden on both producers and consumers, but this rule also completely ignores the significant progress that the United States private sector has made over the past decade plus. U.S. emissions have decreased by 18% between 2005 and 2022, making the United States the world leader in reductions of emissions while simultaneously increasing production 3- or 4-fold. Today's vote exemplifies the principles upheld in the Supreme Court's landmark Loper-Bright decision. By overturning the Chevron deference precedent, the court restored the judiciary's rightful role in interpreting statutes and checking agency overreach. This is important for all of us. What Biden's administration did for 4 straight years was to overreach, to impose burdensome regulations, and to hurt innovation, the actual innovation that was reducing emissions. They were destroying that progress. I'm very proud to lead this CRA. I'm proud that it will be bipartisan. I've had multiple Democrats who have told me that they're going to vote for this because it's common sense and it actually helps all of our goals, affordable, reliable energy that also helps the environment. I urge all of my colleagues to vote yes, and I thank the chairman of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Guthrie, for leading this. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, may I inquire as to the remaining time for both sides?
The gentleman from Virginia has 10 minutes. The gentleman from New Jersey has 5½ minutes.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I have a lot of respect for the gentleman from Texas, and he described once for me his district and Midland and the oil and gas production there. But I want to stress, I actually did spend a lot of time talking to the industry when we were putting this methane emissions program together, so I can speak firsthand that I spoke to the industry. And the main thing they were concerned about is they did not want this program to be punitive. They said, look, we want to correct this problem. We don't want to waste methane, but you have to give us some sort of incentive to do this. And that's what we did. Rather than have a punitive program, we have $1.5 billion to assist industry with reducing current and legacy methane emissions. And $700 million of that is specifically set aside for small producers, which I know there are a lot of those in the gentleman from Texas district. Unfortunately, much of that $700 million to help the small producers has been stalled by President Trump with his funding freeze. And that harms the small producers who are counting on those critical funds. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I now recognize and yield to the gentlelady from North Dakota, Ms. Fedorchik.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you.
For how much time?
2 minutes.
For 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of House Journal Resolution 35, legislation I proudly co-sponsored to stand up for North Dakota's energy producers and hardworking families who depend on affordable, reliable energy. For my first action as a member of Congress, I wrote to President Trump and Secretary Burgum, urging them to repeal 20 unnecessary and burdensome rules that threaten affordable, reliable energy, including this rule. The Biden administration's methane tax is a real attack on North Dakota's energy sector, and it's really a tax on every aspect of our lives. This tax was the #1 concern of the energy stakeholders in my state. This heavy-handed federal mandate punishes small and mid-sized independent producers who are responsible for 90% of America's natural gas. It threatens jobs, raises costs on families, and jeopardizes our energy independence. North Dakota leads the way in responsible energy production, not because of government mandates, but because of innovation and technology. My state is proof we don't have to choose between a strong economy and a clean environment. We can and do have both. This tax will have a huge impact on our energy sectors, who already produce the cleanest energy in the world. This natural gas tax threatens American energy security and we will be forced to rely on adversaries to meet our energy needs, countries that do not have strong labor or environmental laws. This tax hurts energy producers who are already doing it right. America is leading the way in reducing emissions. Since 2015, upstream oil and gas producers have reduced their methane emissions by 42%. Our innovation and technology have allowed us to reduce emissions while raising the standard of living across this country. American energy solutions are clean energy solutions. We should be unleashing U.S. energy production, not taxing it and not making it more expensive and creating disincentives to production. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
The gentleman is prepared to close. I'll close now. I just want to stress, Mr. Speaker, that the methane polluter fee corrects a market failure that currently makes it cheaper for owners and operators to waste methane and instead of installing or upgrading their equipment to prevent leaks and flaring. In other words, what we want them to do is to upgrade their equipment, prevent the leaks and the flaring, and if they do that, we give them money, including set aside for small producers, so that this happens and they don't pay the fee. Leaked or intentionally wasted natural gas never makes its way to customers, but they're nevertheless stuck with the bill. They have to pay for that. The methane emission reduction program will ensure that American consumers no longer pay for wasted energy or the harm that its emissions can cause. And the bottom line is that wasted methane is bad for business. It's bad for consumers. It's bad for the climate. And the problem with H.R. Res. 35 is that it would allow this waste to continue unchecked. This is a program that is working. Don't kill it with this resolution, because you're going to kill jobs, you're going to kill our efforts to try to reduce methane in the environment, and you're not helping anybody in the industry. So for all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I urge a no on H.R. Res. 35, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to introduce into the record a letter of support for H.J. Res. 35 from the United States Chamber of Commerce, a letter from the National Federation of Independent Businesses, and last but not least, a letter from the American Petroleum Institute. I will provide these to the clerk.
Without objection.
You know, it's interesting. I heard some speakers, and everybody's just trying to talk about these issues from their viewpoint, and I get it, but I heard some speakers on the other side of the aisle say today that we're just catering to big oil and others. Then I hear there were discussions with larger folks, and that those are the people who are okay with it, and I hear from representatives of places from, say, Alaska and North Dakota and Texas, who their constituents, who oftentimes are small mom and pop operations. It's hard to think of oil and natural gas that way, but that's the way it is in those regions. And they say this will, in fact, hurt them, and this is disastrous. And I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that the reason that we have this dichotomy, this difference is that a lot of times bigger institutions, bigger organizations can afford to take on a new regulation. It'll cost them a little bit of money. It'll make the cost of production go up a little bit. But because they're large, they can spread that out over a lot of different items, or a lot of different, I guess in this case it would be oil and gas and measured in the cubic feet or whatever the measurement is these days. And as a result, they can say this is a cost spread out over a large piece of the pie, so it's not that big a deal to us. But as I said in my opening, there are 9,000 small and mid-sized independent petroleum drillers in the United States, and these mostly small operations are responsible for developing 91% of oil and gas wells and producing 83% of America's oil and 90% of our country's natural gas. That's the folks who are most upset about these regulations and why we need to repeal them, because we're going to break the back of those 9,000 small and mid-sized independent petroleum drillers who are providing us with affordable gas, affordable heat for our homes through natural gas, affordable products made out of natural gas and petroleum. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's the right thing to do, and I encourage all the members, both Democrat, Republican, and any who may think of themselves as independent, to vote yes on H.J. Res. 35, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 161, the previous question is ordered on the joint resolution. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. For what purpose does the gentleman will suspend?
I was going to ask for the ayes.
The ayes have it. Third reading.
Joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to waste emissions charged for petroleum and natural gas systems, procedures for facilitating compliance, including netting and exemptions.
The question is on passage of the joint resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
But
the ayes have
Speaker,
it. Joint
I would
resolution.
ask for the yeas and nays.
The gentleman from New Jersey.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Do I wait for him to get? Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. Purpose? What purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 250 to direct the Joint Committee on the Library to procure a statue of Benjamin Franklin for placement in the Capitol.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 250, a bill to direct the Joint Committee on the Library to procure a statue of Benjamin Franklin for placement in the Capitol.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morell, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include additional material of the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I bring forward 2 bills. Our nation faces major challenges and concerns, and this body continues to work on those. While we do that, these bills are simple, non-controversial, and do require legislative action to take effect. I rise today to urge my colleagues to support H.R. 250 to direct the Joint Committee on the Library to procure a statue of Benjamin Franklin for placement in the Capitol. The nonpartisan legislation will allow Congress to place a statue of Benjamin Franklin in the Capitol. The legislation will require that not later than 2 years after enactment, the Joint Committee on the Library shall enter into an agreement to obtain a statue of Benjamin Franklin. It will also be required that the statue be placed in a publicly accessible permanent location no later than December 31, 2026. I thank Reps. Houlihan and Fitzpatrick and their 72 additional co-sponsors for bringing this legislation forward. And I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 250. And I yield back. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume. And I want to begin by thanking my dear friend and colleague, the chair of the Committee on House Administration, for bringing these bills to the floor and for always his partnership and all the great cooperation that we enjoy. And I rise today in support of H.R. 250. The bipartisan legislation would direct the Joint Committee on the Library, as Mr. Stile said, to procure a statue of Benjamin Franklin for placement in the Capitol, to be observed by all those blessed to come and tour the United States Capitol. As my colleague and friend, the sponsor of this bill, along with Mr. Fitzpatrick, Representative Chrissy Houlihan has observed, and I'm quite certain will observe once again in just a few moments. While there are references to Benjamin Franklin across the Capitol and a statue tucked away in a back hallway, it's black when there's no lights on, there is no statue of one of the most important founding fathers accessible to the millions of visitors who have the privilege of touring the Capitol each year. And this legislation would change that, honoring one of the greatest minds and patriots in American history. Benjamin Franklin was a statesman, a diplomat, scientist, inventor, political philosopher, and businessman. His groundbreaking experiments pushed forward scientific understanding. His role as the first Postmaster General created the foundation of our modern mail system, and he was resolutely committed to freeing the colonies from British rule. He helped draft both the Declaration of Independence and the United States Constitution, and he negotiated the treaty that ended the Revolutionary War. His genius has shaped our nation in innumerable ways, and he deserves to be prominently displayed and honored in the United States Capitol. I look forward to working with the Joint Committee on the Library to obtain a statue of Benjamin Franklin and urge my colleagues to support this measure. And with that, Madam Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, my friend and colleague, Mr. Fitzpatrick, to speak on the bill.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My friend from Wisconsin, Representative Stile. To my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, this is really the product of her hard work. I was proud to partner with her and accept that invitation. And Representative Houlihan, if Ben Franklin were here today, he'd give you a big hug of gratitude for finally recognizing him. Madam Speaker, I rise today in resolute support of H.R. 250, the Benjamin Franklin Statute Replacement Act. Alongside of my friend and colleague from Pennsylvania, Congresswoman Houlihan, I am proud to advance this effort to enshrine one of America's most extraordinary minds and consequential patriots in the heart of our nation's capital. Madam Speaker, few figures in our history so fully embody the spirit of American ingenuity, perseverance, and democratic virtue as Benjamin Franklin, a statesman whose diplomacy secured our independence, a philosopher whose wisdom guided our early republic, and an inventor whose genius advanced mankind. More than a son of Pennsylvania, Ben Franklin was and remains a towering architect of the American experiment, a testament to what is possible when vision and virtue work in concert with one another. As we approach the 250th anniversary of our great nation, it is both fitting and necessary that Benjamin Franklin take his rightful place amongst the great figures enshrined in this amazing place. To commemorate this milestone without visibly honoring one of its chief architects would be to overlook the very ideals that built our great republic. Ben Franklin lived his life with a deliberate sense of purpose, beginning each day by asking, "What good shall I do on this day?" And by ending every evening in reflection, "What good have I done today?" Madam Speaker, that is not just a measure of a life well lived, it's a measure of leadership, of duty, and of a nation that strives always to be better than it was the day before. Let us take up that challenge, not merely in words, but in action. Let us ensure Ben Franklin's presence in these halls serves as a constant reminder that our charge is not to serve ourselves, but to serve a greater good. And at the close of each day, may we too be able to answer that question with certainty, having served with purpose, led with integrity, and upheld the ideals that Ben Franklin and our founders entrusted to us. With that, I yield the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do want to yield to my dear friend, the person who has really led this effort, my dear friend from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan, for 4 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, of course, to Ranking Member Morelli. Today, I am so grateful to have the opportunity to rise and offer this bipartisan legislation, H.R. 250, the Benjamin Franklin Statute Placement Act. It is so very important to highlight moments when we do come together here in this body, and this bipartisan, bicameral legislation is a bright moment of that kind of unity. I'm really grateful for the support and partnership of my colleagues in this effort, Representative Fitzpatrick, Senators Kuntz and Bozeman on the other side of the Capitol. The Benjamin Franklin Statute Placement Act, does seek to honor Benjamin Franklin, as mentioned, a renowned author, inventor, statesman, and dare I offer, the most important founding father of our great nation. Mr. Franklin's accomplishments and inventions are numerous and infamous. Electricity and bifocals and the lightning rod are just a couple of examples that every day, still centuries later, are in our lives. He's known, as mentioned earlier, for very pithy and very profound statements and witty statements such as "a stitch in time saves 9," or "a penny saved is a penny earned," and most memorably, perhaps, is "it's a republic if you can keep it." But arguably, Mr. Franklin's most important accolade is he is the only person to have signed formally all three foundational documents separating our new nation from the British monarchy: the Treaty of Paris, the Declaration of Independence, and the Bill of Rights, together known as the Charters of Freedom, boast the signature of some of our nation's most revered figures. Mr. Franklin's signature is the only one that appears on all three documents, however, and that's not just not something just worthy of note, but something, of course, to celebrate. Which is why I was shocked when I learned on my very first official tour of the Capitol building, which was given to me by my own team member, Emma Consoli, who is the one who really we should thank for this legislation, that there are no statues on the Capitol tour of Mr. Franklin. And indeed, the lone Mr. Franklin statue sits at the base of a stairwell, a dark stairwell just off the Senate floor, out of sight of the hundreds of thousands of people who visit the Capitol. As we've approached this nation's 250th anniversary, it really is of the utmost importance to have Mr. Franklin rightly on display and immortalized for his contributions to our foundation. So the Ben Franklin Statue Placement Act will do just that. And while Representative Fitzpatrick and I are immensely proud of Pennsylvania's own Ben Franklin, we know that this is not just for Pennsylvania, but for our entire country. I am very grateful to the 77 members who shared this sentiment last Congress, and to our 22 evenly bipartisan originally co-sponsors, and to the 33 members already who have sponsored it today. I am also very, very grateful for the leadership of Chairman Stile and Ranking Member Morelli, who supported this bill and believed in it as it passed through the House Administration Committee unanimously in September. This Placement Act, as written, directs the Joint Committee on the Library to procure and to place a statue of Mr. Franklin along the Capitol tour route, as mentioned before 2026 ends, in celebration of our 250th anniversary. And the installation of this statue in the Capitol building will not only be an apt celebration for such an important figure in our history, but it is something that I will urge our colleagues to make sure that we vote in favor of today so we can start that clock ticking. It's important that we take up this legislation now so that this awesome statue that's already built and already been donated can be cast to perfection and placed ahead of 2026. I thank you in advance for supporting this effort. I thank the sculptor Zenos Ferdakis for his beautiful work already, and I appreciate so much the hard work that has gone into this from all of the people who stand around me for being able to get this to the floor for consideration. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think people have spoken here. This is an idea whose time has more than come, and I think this is the appropriate way, and particularly, as Ms. Houlihan says, in recognition of our 250th anniversary upcoming, this would be the appropriate way to honor one of our truly great founding members of the American Revolution in our country. So with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I just would like to say once again, I thank my colleague, Representative Houlihan, Representative Fitzpatrick, in my long working relationship with the ranking member, Mr. Morelli, for being able to bring this to the floor, correctly noted as we approach the 250th anniversary of the United States of America. I think it's true and important that we put this statue here in the United States Capitol. No further speakers. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 250, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 250? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 469, the Semi-Quincentennial Congressional Time Capsule Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 469, a bill to provide for the creation of a congressional time capsule in commemoration of the semi-quincentennial of the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Morelli, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include additional material in the bill.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself so much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 469, the Semi-Quincentennial Congressional Time Capsule Act. This nonpartisan legislation would authorize a time capsule to be buried on the Capitol grounds to mark the nation's semi-quincentennial. America is turning 250 on July 4, 2026. This time capsule presents one way that Congress will participate in the nation's year-long celebration of democracy and freedom. Amongst our toughest challenges of the day, this legislation reminds us that we can all work together. The contents of the capsule will be selected by the Speaker of the House, House Minority Leader, and the majority and minority leaders in the United States Senate. Maybe we can even ask Speaker Johnson to include a pair of his glasses. The capsule will remain sealed until July 2nd, 2276, the nation's 500th anniversary. Rep. Bonnie Watson Coleman from New Jersey introduced H.R. 469 as a member of the United States Semi-Quincentennial Commission with an additional 54 co-sponsors. The architect of the Capitol provided technical input to the commission and would work with the congressional leadership to implement the capsule. I'm pleased to have worked with Ranking Member Morelli on this effort. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 469, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume, and I want to begin again by thanking my friend and colleague, the chair of the Committee on House Administration, Chairman Stile, for his leadership, his friendship, and for helping us get this bill to the floor. And I do rise today in support of H.R. 469. This bipartisan legislation would authorize the architect of the Capitol to bury a time capsule commemorating the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 2026, to be opened on our nation's 500th anniversary in the year 2276. As my colleague and friend have indicated, the items in the capsule will be determined by bipartisan, bicameral congressional leaders and include written materials relating to the anniversary, representations of notable legislative and institutional milestones, and a message from this Congress to future colleagues in the 244th Congress. Seems remarkable. The upcoming anniversary marks a powerful testament to the resilience of the American experiment. Our nation has faced countless tests to our strength and unity, including a civil war, 2 world wars, natural disasters, and more. Yet, through each challenge, this country has stood and remains committed to fulfilling the ideals set forth in the Declaration of Independence 250 years ago. As we navigate a time of deep division, partisanship, and growing threats to the values that sustain our democracy, this anniversary serves as a reminder to our shared responsibility to uphold the values of liberty and equality championed by our founders. I want to extend my thanks to the Semi-Quincentennial Commission for its leadership in planning for this momentous occasion, and I particularly want to commend my friend and colleague, Congresswoman Watson Coleman, for her introduction of this measure. I also want to acknowledge the service of a fellow New Yorker, former Representative Joe Crowley, who has lent his time and talents to the work of the Commission as well. I look forward to seeing the items chosen for the time capsule, commend my colleagues to recommend that they support this measure. And I will note, last year on the floor when we passed the bill in the House, I committed to being here when the capsule was opened. So I hope we pass this year, because I'm not getting any younger, so this is going to be hard to hold on that long. But I'm committed to doing it, Mr. Speaker. I encourage my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. From New York is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do want to yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from New Jersey, Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, who has had the leadership to bring this bill to the floor and would like to speak on the measure.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to our chairman. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, the signing of the Declaration of Independence on July 4, 1776 was an essential milestone in the progress of all humanity towards a more fair, just, and democratic society, work that continues to this day. As we reflect upon the last 250 years of progress towards these ideals, we must impart the lessons that we've learned to future generations. As a co-founder and co-chair of the America 250 Caucus, along with my co-chairs, Mr. Evans, Mr. Adderholt, and Ms. Salazar, it is an honor to see this legislation come forward today as just one small part of our nation's 250th anniversary celebration. This bill will authorize, as we have heard, the architect of the Capitol to create a time capsule and have it buried on the West Lawn to remain sealed until July 4th, 2276, the nation's 500th anniversary. The contents will include items that represent important legislation and institutional milestones of Congress, a message from the 119th Congress to the 244th Congress, and other items that reflect our history. No one here today will see it opened, but an old Greek proverb says, "A society grows great when the old plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in." The body does its best work when we don't seek fame or followers, renown or retweets, but rather when we work so that distant generations of Americans for whom our names will be mere footnotes will enjoy the fruits of our work here today. This bill passed last Congress, and I certainly look forward to its passage again today. I am honored to be able to speak to this piece of legislation today. I thank you. I encourage all of our colleagues to support it, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I reserve, and I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am delighted we're able to pass both these bills, hopefully unanimously. I think that shows our work together on this committee on two important pieces of really remembering our legacy and our history. Hopefully this helps us keep that in mind as we continue to navigate these difficult waters, and hopefully to our posterity that they'll remember these moments of people coming together to honor our founders and to honor our future. With that, I encourage all my colleagues to vote in favor of this legislation, and I yield back my time.
Yields. Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
I thank the Speaker. I thank my colleague from New York, the ranking member of the Committee on House Administration, for his work. He correctly noted we're in challenging times as we face difficult national issues, but as we reflect back, in 2 years we'll have a celebration of 250 years of the greatest country in the world. And this time capsule, when viewed 250 years from now in 2276, may be a reflection that the midpoint then, which will be today, we navigated these challenges that we face with great courage and great vigor. And so I appreciate my colleagues' work and support on both pieces of legislation today, and I encourage my colleagues to vote in favor of H.R. 469. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 469? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 695, the Medal of Honor Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 695, a bill to amend Title 38 United States Code to increase the rate of the special pension payable to Medal of Honor recipients and for the purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Bost, and the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. McGarvey, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks on H.R. 695 as amended.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 695, offered by my colleague, Representative Nels. This bill would increase the rate of special monthly pension for Medal of Honor recipients and their surviving spouses. The Medal of Honor is our nation's highest military award. It is reserved for service members who have demonstrated extraordinary bravery and self-sacrifice in combat. The Medal of Honor special pension is intended to repay part of the debt our nation owes them. The Medal of Honor pension is separate from the compensation that a veteran receives when they are unable to work due to service-related disabilities. Today, there are just 63 Medal of Honor recipients who currently receive less than $2,000 in special pension per month. Their stories of service, without question, should be honored and remembered and told. However, the current pension offered does not cover the cost of travel to speak at events that inspire future generations and tell their fellow Americans about their service in defense of our freedom. It's time we increase the Medal of Honor recipients' pension in recognition of their heroic military service and their continued service to our nation. The bill is fully offset by using a bipartisan offset related to older veterans and pensions, and I urge all of my colleagues to support H.R. 695 as amended. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to express my support for H.R. 695, the Medal of Honor Act. To join the armed services in an act of profound selflessness. On the Veteran Affairs Committee, we recognize the sacrifice and service of every service member who, in the face of uncertainty and danger, took the oath and chose to commit themselves to a higher purpose. While every individual service member makes sacrifices and dedicates themselves to this path of honor, there are a select few who distinguish themselves from the rest. You cannot win the Medal of Honor. It must be earned through extreme selflessness and bravery. We recognize this distinguished service with our nation's highest military honor, the Medal of Honor. From the first awardee to the most recent, Medal of Honor recipients have demonstrated their unwavering commitment to serve above and beyond the call of duty, even to their own death. 43 Kentuckians have been awarded the Medal of Honor. I'll just tell you about one. Sergeant John C. Squires, a Louisville native who went from Male High School to the United States Army and served in Italy in World War II. It was in April of 1944 in the Italian countryside that Squires braved automatic gunfire, artillery, mortar fire to carry messages through barbed wire over minefields, to organize troops, to bring reinforcements to the front line. With total disregard for his own well-being, he fought German soldiers day and night. He was killed in action. He lies in rest at Zachary Taylor National Cemetery in Louisville, and a bronze statue of Squires sits atop the Kentucky Medal of Honor Memorial. Squires is one of just 3,538 Medal of Honor recipients in our history. From all who've been awarded, for all of those who earn this honor, they do so through the acts of service that are incredible. There is no paycheck that could repay their sacrifice and no thank you letters that could truly convey our nation's gratitude. We cannot ever hope to repay this debt, but we can show our fullest support for them and their surviving spouses and families by increasing their annual compensation. The Medal Act ensures that service members and their surviving spouses get an increased pension for their sacrifice, an increase that properly reflects the gravity of their service. Currently, the payment of $1,619.34 a month is deeply inadequate. Medal of Honor recipients go above and beyond the call of duty. It is only right that we honor their sacrifice with compensation that truly reflects their extraordinary actions. These heroes continue to serve, speaking throughout the country and inspiring our citizens in schools and beyond. They continue to carry the mantle of courage, sacrifice, patriotism, citizenship, integrity, and commitment here at home. There's nothing we can pay them, nothing, that will ever match their sacrifice. But voting for this act is a step toward recognizing their service, their courage, and their enduring legacy. It's about showing them, not just with words, but with action, that they are seen, they are valued, and they will never, ever be forgotten. Mr. Speaker, I support H.R. 695. I urge my colleagues to do the same, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I now recognize the chief sponsor of this legislation, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Nels.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
For as much time as he may consume.
Oh, about 3 hours. Thank you to my distinguished colleague, Chairman Boss, for yielding. Mr. Chairman, first and foremost, it has been a sincere pleasure to work with you and your staff to advance this important legislation to the House floor. It is an honor. It's an honor to stand with you today. I also want to extend my gratitude to my colleague, Mr. Pappas. Thank you for co-leading this bipartisan legislation with me for the last 2 Congresses. Mr. Speaker, today I rise in strong support of H.R. 695, the Medal of Honor Act. Folks, the Medal of Honor is our nation's highest and most prestigious military decoration that can be awarded. Under current law, the President may award a Medal of Honor to a member of the armed forces who has, and I'll quote, distinguished himself conspicuously by gallantry and intrepidity at the risk of his life above and beyond the call of duty. Number 1, while engaged in an action against an enemy of the United States. Number 2, while engaged in military operations involving conflict with an opposing foreign force. Or 3, while serving with friendly foreign forces engaged in an armed conflict against an opposing armed force in which the United States is not a belligerent party. Since the Medal of Honor was established by Congress in 1862, it has been awarded 3,528 times. Today, as the chairman stated, there are only 63 living Medal of Honor recipients. And throughout my time in Congress, I've had the privilege of getting to know some of these heroes and hearing their stories firsthand. And in my humble opinion, these heroes are our nation's most sacred treasures, and it is our obligation as Congress to do everything in our capacity to support them and their families. Currently, each Medal of Honor recipient receives a special pension that totals roughly $1,500 per month or $18,000 annually. The last update to the special pension for Medal of Honor recipients was back in 2002 when Congress passed the Medal of Honor Pension Act. This legislation increased the Medal of Honor recipients' special pension from $600 per month to $1,000 per month. However, since 2002, over 20 years, the Medal of Honor special pension has not been updated by Congress, and it is long overdue that Congress acts. My legislation would raise the Medal of Honor special pension to roughly $5,600 per month or $67,500 annually and is fully offset. When I hear stories about how a Medal of Honor recipient's family requested to set up a GoFundMe to pay for surgery and extensive care, or how Medal of Honor recipients are not being reimbursed for travel expenses to speak at several military recruiting events, I knew something had to be done. Our Medal of Honor heroes deserve better, which is exactly why this critical legislation is needed. While this bill is a small step forward, it is the very least that Congress can do to recognize and show support for these selfless, courageous heroes. I urge all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support our Medal of Honor recipients by passing this bipartisan legislation. And with that, I reserve the balance.
Gentleman reserved.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, I'd like to yield to my good friend who's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Economic Opportunity, House Veterans Affairs Committee, as much time as he might consume. The gentleman from New Hampshire, Mr. Pappas.
Gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my friend from Kentucky for yielding, and I rise today in strong support of the Medal of Honor Act. The Medal of Honor is our nation's highest military decoration, and it recognizes the extraordinary valor that distinguished men and women of our military demonstrated in critical moments during their service to our great nation. There are 63 living Medal of Honor recipients, including heroes like Army Staff Sergeant Ryan Pitts of New Hampshire, who served 2 tours in Afghanistan. During his second deployment, hundreds of insurgents attacked the Army base where he was stationed. And Sergeant Pitts, who was badly wounded by a grenade but continued to fight with a tourniquet on his leg, single-handedly held his outpost for 2 hours. That battle is now known as the Battle of Wanat, one of the bloodiest battles of the war in Afghanistan. And thanks to the bravery of Sergeant Pitts, Americans were able to turn the tide in that battle and hold their position, leading Taliban fighters to withdraw from the area. As ranking member of the Economic Opportunity Subcommittee of the Veterans Affairs Committee, I'm focused with my colleagues on how we can make good on our promises to our veterans and be worthy of their sacrifice. It's our responsibility as Americans to ensure that all of our service members, veterans, and their families have the support that they earned and deserve. One way we can do that is by ensuring that veterans are financially secure when their military service is over. Medal of Honor awardees receive a monthly pension that has not been raised in 23 years. So it's well past the time to do the right thing and increase the pension for these distinguished American warriors. This bill ensures their extraordinary acts of bravery are not forgotten and that their sacrifices are valued by a grateful nation. I've been really glad to partner with Congressman Nails on this bill and introduce this legislation and get it to the floor today. I want to thank him for his determined leadership on this issue and hope that we can get all of our colleagues on board later today with a strong vote in passing this legislation over to the Senate and seeing it signed into law. This is the right thing to do by our veterans and by our Medal of Honor recipients. And I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reserve the balance of our time.
Gentleman recognized.
We have no more speakers and we're ready to close.
Okay. Gentleman from Illinois reserves. Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask my colleagues to join me in supporting H.R. 695, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I encourage all members to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Okay. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 695 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules suspended.
I request the yeas and nays.
Gentleman requests the yeas and nays. The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number have risen. The yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, this is a 15-minute vote on the motion to suspend the rules. Will be followed by a 5-minute vote on passage of the House Joint Resolution 35. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 424, the nays are 0. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. Bill is passed. Without objection, motion to reconsider laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the vote of House Joint Resolution 35, in which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the joint resolution.
House Joint Resolution 35, Joint Resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code of the rules submitted by the Environmental Protection Agency relating to waste emissions charged for petroleum and natural gas systems, procedures for facilitating compliance, including netting and expenditures.
Questions on the passage of the joint resolutions? Member records their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
Pardon me? On this vote, the yeas are 221. On this vote, the yeas are 220, the nays are 206, and one present. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
The House will be in order. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. What purpose does the gentleman from Mississippi rise?
The House out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm joined by my colleagues from Mississippi, mourning the tragic loss of a Mississippi Hinds County Deputy Sheriff, Martin Shields, Jr., a dedicated public servant who gave his life in the line of duty late Sunday night while responding to a domestic call. Deputy Shields, just 37 years of age, devoted his career to protecting and serving the people of Mississippi. Before joining the Hinds County Sheriff's Office, he served with distinction in the Jackson Police Department, Jackson State University Police Department, and the Ridgeland Police Department. At every step, he wore his badge with dignity, courage, and a commitment to justice. But beyond the uniform, he was a husband, a father, and a friend, respected by his coworkers and his community. He leaves behind a grieving wife and a 12-year-old daughter who must now navigate life without him. This tragic loss is a solemn reminder of the risk law enforcement officers take daily to protect us. We must continue to advocate for the resources, support, and protection needed to ensure that they can do their job safely. I ask that we now observe a moment of silence in honor of Deputy Martin Shields, Jr. he broke the record, though, right?
Yes, sir. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
That when the House adjourns today, it adjourned to meet at 9 a.m. tomorrow.
Without objection.
Thank you.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in recognition of the extraordinary work delivered by Nicole Schmidt, our Director of Operations and Scheduler, where she directed a dynamic and highly effective professional team to help recruit and supervise our congressional team. During her tenure, Nicole executed on a number of top-tier engagements, including meetings for foreign heads of state, national travel, and managing the 2025 presidential inauguration event for approximately 500 Iowans who came to our nation's capital. Further, Nicole provided pivotal help to our team as she worked across stakeholders at the state and at the federal level, earning our office the top 10 most bipartisan team in Congress. Equally, Nicole helped organize a series of after-hour Capitol tours where she joined me in having to suffer through not only the history of this place, but added her own insights. Nicole, thank you very much for teaching us about the chandelier on the Titanic, now in the Senate chambers. I also want to express our sincere gratitude for hard leaders like Nicole who came to Iowa to serve in our nation's capital. She serves not only as an inspiration, but has been an intricate part of her team. And while we are sad to lose her, we are glad that the Hawkeye State gets to have a little bit more time with Nicole. And from my family to yours, Nicole, thank you for all you do for our country. We really appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the story of a federal scientist, in their own words, who was fired by President Trump and Elon Musk. Quote, I was a Laboratory Leadership Service, LLS fellow. We're a group of 24 PhD scientists in the LS program at CDC. Almost all of the fellows in our program were terminated. The fellows have been instrumental in the past by responding to combat public health outbreaks like Ebola. Likewise, my current fellows and I have helped protect the United States from new and emerging infections within the past year. This has directly affected our outbreak response work. Really? We're firing the people that keep Ebola from the country? These senseless firings have to stop. If you were fired from a federal science agency, if your cutting-edge science research was destroyed and cut, we want to hear your story. You can share it at the website for the House Science Committee Democrats. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I offer good news, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to honor the extraordinary bravery of Judy Kent, a young woman and nurse from my district in Vero Beach, Florida. This past week, Judy's quick thinking and courageous actions saved the life of a motorcyclist and father of 5 who was struck by a car on his way to work. As she drove past, Judy instinctively pulled over and used her incredible medical knowledge to administer critical aid. Her swift response stabilized her wounds, and she is credited with saving the man's leg and possibly even his life. It is selfless acts like these that exemplify the best of our community, and I'm honored to recognize Judy's heroism today. Mr. Speaker, it is a privilege to share her story, and I thank her for amazing service and her resolve, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the distinguished career of John Cromer, an extraordinary member of our community and a political reporter. John retired from his role as chief political reporter for KARE 11 after nearly 27 years of dedicated service, bringing Minnesotans reliable, informative, and timely political news. Those who worked closely with John admired his wealth of knowledge about Minnesota politics and history and referred to him as the contact and context for every story. John was praised for his commitment to reporting on policy over fleeting trends of the moment, and also for his tireless commitment for reporting the truth. He also brought joy to his colleagues and injected into his work every single day. We will miss his reporting and wish him well in his retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House to extend my remarks for up to 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor and recognize Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point in Havelock, North Carolina, for being named the Marine Corps Air Station of the Year. This is the second year in a row they have received such award, displaying their persistent and continuous excellence. Established in 1942, Cherry Point has grown to be the largest Marine Corps air station in the United States, occupying more than 29,000 acres of land in eastern North Carolina and controlling 9,000 square miles of airspace. It is home to the 2nd Marine Aircraft Wing and Fleet Readiness Center. Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point is one of the best all-weather jet bases in the world. This prestigious award is a testament to the performance and dedication of our Marines. I am grateful to our brave service members and their families who sacrifice so much to protect us and our great nation. It's my honor to represent Marine Corps Air Station Cherry Point and its proud community. Practice, persistence, and preparation is what safeguards our nation's freedom. Congratulations to the Marines for this well-deserved recognition. May God bless all those serving at Cherry Point and all our service members across the globe. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the story of a federal scientist from California who, in their words, was fired by President Trump and Elon Musk. They wrote, "I was a Pathways student intern at the EPA. I was assisting and training under the ecotoxicology group studying the effects and bioaccumulation of PFAS. I am completely devastated and heartbroken." The EPA Pathways program creates a pathway to a career in federal government for students and recent graduates. In this case, a student working on complex scientific issues involving PFAS, toxic chemicals that are all around us. As the only Latina member with a STEM background in Congress, I know how important it is to encourage our students and young professionals to pursue careers in STEM. Firing our future STEM workforce just as they are getting started in their careers is short-sighted and irresponsible. These firings will decimate the future federal STEM workforce that will keep American innovation competitive. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address this House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know that when you are the best of all time, you belong in the Hall of Fame, like Dan Marino, Don Shula, and Jacksonville's own Tony Baselli. But now there's another Floridian, Mr. Speaker, who has rightfully earned her place in the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame. I'm talking about Lieutenant Governor Jennifer Carroll. Lieutenant Governor Carroll's journey began in the United States Navy as a jet mechanic, one of the very first African-American females to serve in that capacity. And then, after her military service, Lieutenant Governor Carroll brought her leadership and unwavering service to the people of Florida. She was the first black Republican female to serve in the Florida legislature. And then, Mr. Speaker, in 2010, she made history again by becoming the first black woman ever in the Sunshine State to be elected statewide as lieutenant governor. Her efforts to improve education and to ensure veterans they received the support they deserved, has left a lasting legacy. Her induction into the Veterans Hall of Fame recognizes her impact on the Sunshine State and our country. We're proud of her and her service. Mr. Speaker, please join me in congratulating my friend, Lieutenant Governor Jennifer Carroll, on being inducted in the Florida Veterans Hall of Fame. She is indeed one of the best of the best. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, in President Trump's first term, facing a crowd of protesters, he asked our military, can't you just shoot them? Just shoot them in the legs or something. Thankfully, his former Secretary of Defense shot down that idea. But today, the president seems to be choosing military leadership he believes will say yes. He's purging dedicated, capable leaders with no explanation other than removing roadblocks. This is a blatant attempt to politicize our military, replacing loyalty to our Constitution with political loyalty to Trump. Our founding fathers designed our military to be explicitly apolitical. They must be rolling in their graves today. When I joined the Marines in 2001, I raised my right hand and swore an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States, just like every other service member and veteran. That oath is sacred. We swear our lives to kill and to die, if necessary, to the United States, not to the President. The Trump administration must not be allowed to undermine that oath. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I seek unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks. Rest the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor 21 Christian men who were murdered for their faith. In 2015, ISIS dragged them onto a Libyan beach, forced them to kneel, and beheaded them on video. But in that horrific moment, they did not show fear, they showed faith. 20 of these men were Coptic Christians from Egypt, just trying to earn a living for their families. The 21st, Matthew, was from Ghana, and he wasn't even Coptic by birth. ISIS gave him a choice, walk away or die. He chose to stand with his brothers, knowing exactly what it would cost him. He knew it was better to die free than to live under tyranny. That is faith, Mr. Speaker. That is true freedom. For 45 days, ISIS beat, starved, and tortured these men. They were offered food and money if they'd just deny Christ. But they never did. Instead, as the terrorists raised their blades, their last words were the name of Jesus. I remember my father had a Bible verse on his mirror, and it said, if you deny me before men, I will deny you before the gates of heaven. And they did not deny their faith. This month marks 10 years since their deaths. ISIS thought they were making a statement of fear. Instead, they showed the world what unshakable faith looks like. The Coptic and Catholic churches have honored these men as martyrs, as they should. And just as these men refused to abandon their faith has never abandoned them. One of the martyrs' widows said, their blood mixed together, and as a result, we the widows are united. These men weren't just believers, they were immovable. Their story should remind every American what real religious freedom means. May we never forget them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the remainder of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as the representative of North Carolina's 4th Congressional District and the home of the Research Triangle Park to share the story of a federal scientist, in their own words, who was fired by President Trump and Elon Musk. I quote, I worked for the Department of Health and Human Services. I was responsible for leading technical oversight over the organ procurement and transplantation network in order to ensure patient safety, maximal usage of donated organs, continued confidence in the donor system, efficient spending of taxpayer dollars, and a secure modern technology infrastructure, end quote. These aggressive and sweeping mass firings of hundreds of thousands of federal employees will have profound and devastating consequences across the country. Our dedicated civil servants work tirelessly each day to deliver essential services, conduct critical scientific research, and ensure the safety of our communities.
They deserve better. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Kansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the exceptional service of Kansan Carl Harris, the 2024 chairman of the National Association of Home Builders. For more than 4 decades, Carl has made an outsized impact on the residential construction industry and communities across Kansas through his work as co-founder and president of the Carl Harris Companies and managing partner of Harris Homes. Most recently, he completed his term as the 2024 chairman of the National Association of Home Builders, where he has been relentless in advocating for policies that strengthen the construction workforce and help make home ownership a key tenet of the American dream possible. Generous in sharing his time and talent, Carl has served as president of the Wichita Area Builders Association and the Kansas Building Industry Association, and in numerous roles in local governments in Newton. In addition, he has promoted workforce development initiatives and outreach to high schoolers to introduce them to opportunities in the construction trades. It is my honor to thank Carl for his dedicated career and wish him all the best with his next steps. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the story of a federal scientist and a constituent of mine who has witnessed the impacts of President Trump and Elon Musk's recent firings. He wrote, "This week, 168 of my colleagues at the National Science Foundation were fired in a mass meeting and then waited for hours for an email instructing them before they were removed from the NSF systems. 2 in my division were program assistants who provide crucial support for the review process, both early in their career and with tremendous promise as civil servants. Another in my division was an intermittent expert. National Science Foundation's work depends on bringing in knowledgeable experts from many fields, and intermittent experts are critical for this. To lose them is an incredible loss for STEM education. The cost of employing them to the government is small and far outweighed by the benefits of service to the NSF and the nation. Letting them go makes no sense. Mr. Speaker, I agree with my constituent that this makes absolutely no sense. This will be a severe loss for American scientific leadership and scientific advancement at large. We stand with our scientific community and condemn these firings. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Mr. Bennett Ben Chiati of Roanoke, Illinois, who passed away on February 9th at the age of 93. Ben was born in Saluzzo, Italy in 1931, where he grew up under the oppression of Italian fascist regime. One of 4 brothers, Ben immigrated to the United States as a teenager with little money and speaking very little English, hoping to pursue the American dream. After immigrating, Ben went on to serve in the United States Army during the Korean War, before settling in Roanoke, Illinois, outside of Peoria, where he lived for 70 years. Ben was an active community member and local business owner. He started Roanoke Plumbing in 1968, a business still run today by his family. Ben was married to his late wife, Evelyn, of Metamora, Illinois, for nearly 50 years, and is survived by his older brother, Louis, who is currently 100 years old, along with 4 children and many grandchildren. I want to offer my sincere condolences to the Chiati family and their loved ones on the loss of a great husband, father, grandfather, and veteran of our nation. Ben's commitment to his community will leave a lasting legacy and impact on Central Illinois for years to come. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to share the story of a federal scientist who was fired by President Trump and Elon Musk. In their own words, the researcher wrote, "I was a biologist with USDA's Animal and Plant Health Inspection Services. I worked to mitigate human-wildlife conflict and protect American agriculture. As a Wildlife Services biologist, I was also designated as an emergency response official and was preparing to deploy to help the efforts combating the avian influenza epidemic. Bird flu cases are popping up across the country, including in my district. And yet Trump is firing the public servants who are responsible for fighting the disease. Donald Trump is not only jeopardizing the livelihoods of thousands of federal employees, their communities, but he is recklessly firing scientists, endangering health and safety of every American. His actions are dangerous and cruel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate Nolan Smith Jr. and Darius Slade Jr., the two Super Bowl champions from the Philadelphia Eagles from Georgia's 1st Congressional District. Linebacker Nolan Smith's football journey began in Savannah, where he often played football at Daffin Park before joining the team at Calvary Day School. Cornerback Darius Slade's journey also started in the 1st District, where he excelled on the football field at Brunswick High School. Before becoming Super Bowl champions, both men had impressive football careers. During his senior year at Mississippi State, Mr. Slade led the SEC with 5 interceptions. Mr. Smith now joins the elite group of players who have won both a national championship and a Super Bowl, as he was part of the University of Georgia, Go Dogs team, that won back-to-back national championships in 2022 and 2023. Throughout their careers, both men have exhibited an exceptional work ethic and dedication. Mr. Slade and Mr. Smith have worked very hard and played with excellence on the football field, culminating in an impressive victory against the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. District 1 is proud to be home of the two new Super Bowl champions. Congratulations to Nolan Smith Jr. and Darius Slade Jr., two champions, two natives of the 1st Congressional District of Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the story of two federal scientists who, in their own words, were fired by President Trump. I'm a biologist and was a postdoctoral researcher at the EPA Office of Research and Development. Most of my research focused on clean water and human health, such as drinking water, recreational water, and efforts to prevent pollution. My research projects included the impact that wildfires have on drinking water quality. My work is not political, and my career should never have been politicized. This was my dream job. Another scientist, in their own words, I was a biologist for the U.S. Geological Survey. I conducted wildfire and fuels-related research in Sequoia and Kings Canyon National Parks, working closely with park managers to improve the fuel management plan. Science is the foundation of American leadership and security. These firings must be reversed. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek recognition to deliver 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the budget resolution passed yesterday sets the stage for President Trump's one big, beautiful bill. This bill is going to deliver dominant energy policy, border security, stopping human trafficking, and the rampant drug flow that is occurring. And this bill will continue the tax relief that gave us a great and strong economy. It's also providing savings to the American people by rooting out waste, abuse, and fraud. And despite this, the media and left want to malign this resolution, stating, for instance, that Medicaid is going to be reduced. That is absolutely not true. It is a false claim. And let me say it from the not-so-cheap seats. No Medicaid or Medicare benefits will be reduced. The only cuts will be to waste, abuse, fraud, and ineligibility within the system, if found, which I believe 98% of Americans do support. Look, we're overspending by nearly $2 trillion a year, and clearly any business, any company, any family, any government with such a spending problem must make corrections, which is what we're doing, which is what President Trump said he would do upon being elected. This resolution will help usher in the golden age in America, and I am very happy to be supportive of it. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California, Illinois, seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker,
I rise as a PhD physicist in Congress who spent most of his career in the national laboratories of the Department of Energy to share the story of a research engineer at a national lab recently fired without cause by President Trump and Elon Musk. This engineer's job was, quote, co-leading a project developing software for critical mineral and rare earth element extraction while also playing a lead technical role in computer modeling of desalination and water treatment processes, and supporting U.S. industrial partners to use these tools to deploy and modernize their systems. Mr. Speaker, our country cannot afford to lose the talent of civic-minded scientists like this, and if Donald Trump thinks that he is going to strike a deal with Ukraine on rare earths, he is going to need real experts in our government on critical mineral extraction, and you don't get that by firing them. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump has falsely suggested that Ukraine was responsible for the war with Russia and should have resolved the conflict years ago. This claim is not only unfounded, but it dangerously represents the facts. Russia is the invading nation, the aggressor, and the perpetrator of war crimes. Louisiana's own Republican senators agree. Senator Kennedy went further, calling Russia's dictator Vladimir Putin a gangster with a black heart, a figure responsible for unprovoked war and atrocities on a sovereign nation. It was Russia's invasion that shattered Ukraine's peace, beginning with the invasion and annexation of Crimea in 2014, and through the full-scale invasion that began just over 3 years ago. Russian forces are committing horrific documented war crimes against Ukrainian soldiers and innocent civilians. Senator Cassidy called it out for what it was, a war of aggression initiated by Putin, not Ukraine. Senator Kennedy has also rightly emphasized that negotiating with Russia without Ukraine at the table is problematic. Republicans are saying this, and they're speaking up because they recognize that these are lies and that we should stand firm in our support and push back against communism, against the hate of Russia, and support Ukraine. I urge us to do the right thing.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the brave men and women who have given their lives in service to our country. I had the privilege of sitting down with Kathy Moore, a Gold Star mother whose son Ryan Russell was killed on March the 5th, 2007. Kathy shared her stories about Ryan's service and why she continues to advocate for the Honor and Remember flag. She spoke about his eagerness to serve as a medic, despite his initial fear of blood. Kathy also shared the things she missed the most about Ryan: seeing his smile, a simple gesture to brighten her day. Here was a mother from eastern North Carolina whose child was killed in Iraq by an IED. The most devastating thing that could happen to a parent. And despite her grief, Kathy has become a powerful advocate for the Honor and Remember flag. I encourage my colleagues to pass this vital legislation and for America to honor and remember our fallen heroes like Ryan. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to share the story of a federal scientist in Oregon who was recently fired by Donald Trump and Elon Musk. In Oregon, we experience seasons with drought and wildfires, and lives depend on accurate research of our water sources. 60 to 70% of usable water in both Oregon and Washington comes from mountain snowmelt, which is a critical water source in the West. It's vital to farmers, to forests, and to every community I represent. The scientist was with the Department of Agriculture's Oregon Snow Survey. Here's what they said. My job was to collect tangible data from the snowpack, which could be used to determine a community's yearly water budget. I am completely heartbroken to have lost my position with the USDA. Mr. Speaker, these reckless firings are not just devastating to dedicated scientists who have chosen to work in the public service. They also endanger Oregonians and people across the country. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the story of a Maryland scientist and constituent from Maryland who was fired by Elon Musk and the Trump administration. And I'm honored to share this story on the floor of the U.S. House today. This person was a general engineer and market analyst for the Department of Energy, and in fact was responsible for analyzing emergency and emerging technologies and determined their best path to the commercial market, including increasing energy affordability, reliability, and resilience for the American people nationwide. These efforts were maximized by working in close partnership with national labs, other offices within the Department of Energy, and private industry. It was a dream job for this person, and one that drove innovation, collaboration, and good-paying jobs for the American people. But now this invaluable work is gone and is being jeopardized. I am deeply concerned about how these widespread, indiscriminate layoffs could jeopardize our U.S. competitiveness and even our national security. As a former Deputy Assistant Secretary at a commerce agency, I well knew the process that was laid out methodically for terminations. But we will face severe cutbacks and setbacks without federal fundings of the institutional knowledge of the subject matter experts leading these efforts. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to share the story of a federal worker, an FAA scientist who DOJ and the administration fired. This person's job was to create and maintain flight maps that air traffic controllers and pilots could use to navigate airspace. And without these maps, to quote them, pilots would quite literally be flying blind. Yet the Trump administration says they didn't fire anyone at FAA working in critical safety positions, but it's pretty obvious that the scientists who make the maps pilots use to fly are pretty critical to aviation safety. And aviation safety has become a big issue lately with recent close calls and crashes, including the one in my home state of Virginia. How do we expect Americans to feel safe if we're firing the very scientists that keep us safe? These cuts aren't going to save much money. These salaries are a drop in the bucket, but they will cost lives. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
The House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to express my profound disappointment in the House budget resolution and the severe potential harm it will cause to those who rely on Medicaid benefits in Northwest Indiana. In Indiana's 1st Congressional District alone, it is a fact that the overwhelming majority of Medicaid funding goes directly to senior health care, individuals with disabilities, and children, and senior long-term care. Indiana is also one of the few trigger states in our nation, which means that Medicaid benefits will immediately cease for a large percentage of our residents should the federal portion of assistance fall below 90%. I am a staunch supporter of creating efficiencies and eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, but make no mistake, should this legislative initiative be finalized, not only will the benefits be denied to those in need, but private health insurance costs will skyrocket as hospitals seek to recoup their increased uncompensated care from emergency room visits. I will continue to speak out against and oppose all legislation that take real benefits from our seniors, the disabled, and our children to pay for corporate welfare programs. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. America once liberated France from the Nazi regime, freed Kuwait from the grip of Saddam Hussein, and defended South Korea against North Korean aggression. But this apparently is a new MAGA America, siding with the evil aggressor and blaming the victim. Ronald Reagan called Russia the evil empire, but Donald Trump knows better. George H.W. Bush called Russia part of the axis of evil, but Donald Trump knows better. Our U.S. vote in the UN supports the aggressor, Russia, not the victim, an independent Ukraine. Under President Trump, we are losing our moral standing in world affairs. Our enemies are watching. They are making alliances while we toss aside allies like Canada and Europe to satisfy the inconceivable love this president has for Vladimir Putin. Putin poisons his critics. That's who our new best friend is. I am new to this chamber. But hear me, friends. Consequences will be tragic for those who love freedom worldwide if we don't return to the true American foundational principles, freedom and democracy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I first ask unanimous
The gentleman will suspend.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
For 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to share the story of a federal scientist who was fired by President Trump and Elon Musk. In the employee's own words, I quote, "I was the quality manager for an FDA human and animal food laboratory, which tests foods for allergens, pesticides, colors, and food additives, and microbial pathogens such as E. coli and Listeria. I was directly responsible for ensuring laboratory practices that adhered to proper requirements. Third-party lab accreditation provides confidence to the public that testing is performed properly and that the results are trustworthy." End quote. Science, expertise, dedication, skill, safety. This is what we lose with these cruel and senseless firings. They do not, as DOJ claims, boost efficiency. They remove the experts who keep our communities safe. Without these public servants, our health, our well-being are at risk. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back with humble respect for our federal workforce.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
For 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the story of a federal scientist, in his own words, was fired by President Trump and Elon Musk. Quote, "I have a PhD in biomedical engineering. I was hired by the National Cancer Institute and was performing 4 to 5 month rotations to provide my scientific expertise and skill sets to numerous offices. I assess the scientific progress of grants that fund cancer research. Please protect these agencies," unquote. This scientist, overseeing scientific progress of grants that fund cancer research, was fired, and the very grants have been frozen. University of Houston, in my district, has had countless grants frozen, leading to uncertainty and confusion about the future of the research. According to the National Cancer Institute, over 40% of Americans will be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. Firing cancer scientists and freezing cancer research is short-sighted and irresponsible. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to share the story of a federal scientist who, in his own words, was fired by President Trump and Elon Musk. Here's his quote. I worked for the U.S. Geological Survey. I was a small aircraft operator and captain of a research vessel. As the only captain at my science center, my termination effectively shuts down a vessel that is required for a number of ongoing projects. I'm also the engineer on the boat, and I'm not sure my vessel will survive termination. That's federal money, federal research that is being lost. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous material into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you. It's hard to say where to start, but perhaps I will simply augment what we just heard from my Democratic colleagues. Example after example of the crazy, uncoordinated attack on Americans that we're now seeing from the current administration. As we hear those stories, the reality of the programs that are not moving forward, the reversal of critical programs to protect individuals in their health care, protect individuals in their daily lives as they travel, to protect Americans now and in the future as we address the issues of climate change and the enormous challenges. Much more will be said about that in the days ahead, and it definitely should be. But I want to rise today and deal with a positive message that compares how Democrats would address the challenges of our time versus what our president and his Doge minions are doing, and our Republican colleagues here in the House are attempting to do with their budget reconciliation proposal and soon their individual tax policies and other. So I rise today as House Republicans are moving forward with their budget scheme that literally betrays the working men and women of America, all because they want to put forward and carry forward the 2017 tax program that they rammed through this House without a single hearing, a program that created trillions and trillions of dollars of deficit and did little to enhance the American economy. We see the Trump trifecta in action. Trump and Musk, with the backing of timid Republicans, have traumatized federal employees. They have purged the military of competent, experienced leaders, and they have usurped congressional, constitutional power of the purse and power of the law by dissolving programs such as USAID, which is authorized by law, and the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, and many, many other government agencies. Now, instead of reclaiming the constitutional power of Congress, our Republican colleagues are now pushing forward their budget that will make working families sicker and less healthy and hungry, all the while giving $3.5 trillion in lower taxes, in tax breaks, to their billionaire donor friends and corporations, and in the process, skyrocketing the national deficit and apparently betraying their own long-held view that deficit financing was bad. Now, the Democrats have a different vision. It's based on what Franklin Roosevelt said many years ago. He said, "The test of our progress is not whether we give more to the abundance of those who have much. It is whether we provide enough for those who have too little." It is our intention to create a level playing field upon which every American can advance and prosper. The Republicans are doing neither of these. Worse yet, they will provide nothing for those who have little and give everything to those who already have so very, very much. The Roosevelt test is once again before us, and Republicans are failing at that test. They intend to cut Medicare while making health care for the Americans more expensive. They intend to cut student loan relief programs, cut Pell Grants that are crucial for keeping not only students in schools, but schools open all across communities of America, particularly low-income communities. They will make our children go hungry by slashing school lunch programs and even school breakfast programs. They will cut SNAP programs, a life-saving program that feeds millions of Americans and provides support to farmers. They will make our roads less safe by cutting critical infrastructure. They will cut services that maintain our national forests and our national parks. As you heard, firefighters being laid off or not even being hired for the summer fire season. And our national parks, who will be there? Well, apparently they don't much care that those people necessary that are providing the summer programs for the national parks. They will give $3.5 trillion in tax breaks to the super wealthy and to corporations that have yet, the very large corporations who often pay no taxes at all. And they will, in all of this, add trillions to our national debt. Democrats have a different vision, a vision rooted in fairness, rooted in the words of Franklin Roosevelt. We believe that every American deserves a good quality of life, a shot at success, a vision of a level playing field on which they can prosper, that they have the support to rise as far as they could and as far as they would want. That's why we're here today, to highlight our vision and to show that the American people that there is a disconnect between what the Republicans want and are actually doing and what American families really need. Here are some of those policies that the congressional Democrats would bring to the floor if we had 4 more members in our caucus. Democrats will support working families. The first thing we will do to support working families is to expand the child tax credit. Ranking Member Rosa DeLaura's American Family Act will cut child poverty in half and provide critical relief for middle-class and low-income families by providing a $6,000 refundable tax credit to help families with the high costs of a child's first year of life. Democrats will lower the cost of goods and services for Americans. We would include in our budget, if we had those 4 additional Democrats, provisions to protect American families from price gouging. It's unacceptable that American corporations continue to exploit the crisis and leave working families with the bill. Democrats will establish a federal ban on price gouging, and we will hold those corporations accountable. Democrats will build and expand on the $35 insulin cap, which incidentally, a price cap that Trump removed. The skyrocketing price of this life-saving drug for every American must be reinstituted, and it must be expanded. Democrats will expand the $2,000 out-of-pocket prescription drug cap for all Americans. And Democrats will lower housing costs by expanding the affordable housing programs, the low-income housing tax credit, and strengthening access to housing using, well, a bill that I've introduced called the HOME Act, which will increase housing availability. Democrats will raise workers' salaries and wages. The third provision that we would include in our budget is the PRO Act. The PRO Act protects the right for working men and women to organize, ensuring that workers have the power to negotiate for fair wages and benefits. As a member of the Labor Caucus, I know the importance of collective bargaining and protecting unions. Collective bargaining is the fairest possible way for workers to earn the money that they deserve for the work that they have performed. We will also raise the wage. We will also push forward the Raise the Wage Act to gradually bring the federal minimum wage in line with the economic reality of American workers. Now, Democrats will also defend Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. We will do this with legislation such as Representative John Lawson's Social Security 2100 Act, which will increase benefits while ensuring that the super wealthy pay their fair share and secure this critical program for future generations. The House Republican budget scheme endorsed by our president and designed to help the super wealthy and the billionaire buddies like Elon Musk will cut Social Security benefits and Medicare and Medicaid benefits. In my district alone, the Republican proposal will gut Medicaid for 250,000 of my constituents. And they will also go after Social Security benefits for those in need. In my district, 89,163 children will lose their health care based upon the budget proposal that the Republicans are pursuing. Republicans will also cut $1 trillion out of Medicaid, and that will gut health care services for millions of seniors, for pregnant women, and for children with disabilities. Now, the Democrats will defend our borders, and we will do this with wise legislation, comprehensive reform. Unfortunately, last year, a congressional bipartisan proposal in the Senate to pass historic immigration reform was killed by the current president, who was not then in office. And he called upon the Republicans to stop, do not proceed. And they didn't. and that left us with the current crisis. Now, we have a proposal. Congresswoman Linda Sanchez's U.S. Citizenship Act will modernize our immigration laws, strengthen our economy, and provide for a responsible approach to border management, family reunification, and for the necessary workers that we need. We will do better, and we will deliver actual results that solve problems, not create additional problems. Democrats will pay for all of this by making sure that we have a fair, equitable tax system in which the super wealthy and the billionaires will pay their fair shares. We will not go down the path that our Republican friends intend to go, and that is to extend the 2017 tax cut law that actually provided more than 85% of the trillions of dollars of benefit of lower taxes that go to the super wealthy and the billionaire class. We're not going to go that direction. The super wealthy and the billionaires should not have a continuation of that tax cut. We will also take a look at the cut to corporate taxes that was in that legislation. A tax rate of 28% was on the docket for many years until 2017. And even today, if we were to go back to that, it's much lower than it was prior to that time. And we will not raise taxes on any family earning less than $400,000. We will restore the long-term capital gains rate to 28%, which is actually lower than the previous rates. We have much work ahead of us, and we intend to see that it gets done. Let me be clear. As you heard from my colleagues here earlier, the work that the DOGE boys are doing, and women are doing, is a break-it policy that Elon Musk has brought to the government. He has no business. He has no authority, or does he? In the morning, we hear from the White House, he has no authority. In the afternoon, we hear that he does. But either way, what he is doing is dead wrong. We know from the past that there is waste, fraud, and abuse out there, and we know how to do it. It has been done in a wise, thoughtful way, understanding what that organization, what its purpose is, and then looking for a way to make it more efficient and effective. I did this myself when I was Deputy Secretary in the Clinton administration at the Department of Interior. We were told by the President and the Vice President that it was time for reform, and we set about to do it. In the Department of Interior alone, we had just over 100,000 employees at the National Park, the Bureau of Land Management, U.S. Geological Survey, Indian Affairs, and others. We looked at those programs, and we said it can be done better. And in the end result, we reduced employment by 10,000, 10% reduction. We made the department more efficient and more effective. That's the way it can be done. That's the way it should be done. But wholesale reductions, firings, as you heard from my colleagues earlier on, make no sense at all. The contrast between what we Democrats have done and will do is clear. We know the Republicans are set off on a course to further enrich those who have much and to exactly go the opposite direction of what Franklin Delano Roosevelt said. It's not our goal to enrich those who have much, but rather to provide for those who have little. We will create a level playing field upon which every American will have an opportunity to rise and thrive to whatever level they want, with a solid education program, with a solid economy, and with an opportunity to join with others to raise their future. It's our moment. It's our moment to push back and to stand up for working families. We will put people over politics, and this is our moment to build an economy that works for everyone, not just for a few. Joining me today in this discussion are several members of our Democratic caucus. And I'd now like to yield to a new member of our caucus, a gentleman from Orange County who understands these issues and will now share with us his thoughts. I welcome to the floor Derek Tran of California.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I am honored to announce that the first bill I will introduce as a member of Congress is the Protect Veteran Jobs Act. The men and women who serve our country deserve our unwavering support, not broken promises. The indiscriminate firing of veterans by the Trump administration and Elon Musk's Doge dishonors the unwavering commitment that these public servants have dedicated to our country. These heroes stepped up for us, and now we must stand up for them. This issue is deeply personal to me. I am the son of Vietnamese refugees who fled war and persecution in search of safety and a better life in America. This country welcomed them and gave me the chance to succeed. I joined the Army out of a sense of duty to my country because I wanted to give back to the country that gave me so much. I wanted to protect the very principles of freedom, justice, and decency that we hold dear. But I don't see those values in the actions by the Trump administration. I see only division, fear, and cruelty. I have a duty as a congressman, as a veteran, and as a proud American to stand up for those who made the highest commitment to us. It is my honor to introduce the Protect Veteran Jobs Act to reinstate veterans who were recklessly terminated under the Trump administration's dishonorable purge of the federal workplace and hold the executive branch accountable for any future terminations that may occur. This isn't about politics. This is about basic decency. Veterans make up 30% of the federal workplace, and when they are justly removed, it impacts all of us. From delays in healthcare and disability claims to staffing shortages at the VA, the consequences are dire. Veterans have our backs, and we must have theirs. I hope my colleagues would join me in supporting this important bill. Veterans gave everything for us. It's time we give back to them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tran, for bringing the message to the House about what the current administration is doing, harming veterans, and I want to thank you for your service, both in the military and in your work in Orange County, and also for bringing to this floor and to this House your experience and this legislation. Hopefully, the majority will see the wisdom of it and make it law. I'd like now to bring to the floor Representative Julie Johnson of Texas. Please join us, and we're looking forward to your thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from California, Mr. Garamendi, for hosting this special order hour on this very important topic. Last night, 217 Republicans voted to gut Texas Medicaid, raise costs, and take away health care from over 100,000 of my constituents, including over 80,000 children and over 12,000 seniors, just in my district. I love my state, but there are so many great things about Texas, but unfortunately, we are number one in some of the worst ways. Texas leads the nation in the number of people without health insurance for children and adults. We lead the nation in maternal mortality, having the highest number of mothers die during childbirth. And we lead the nation in infant mortality. Over 4.8 million Texans currently rely on Medicaid, over 16% of our state. These are not just statistics to gloss over, but they are children, their moms, their seniors, and our loved ones in our nursing homes. The Republican-endorsed cuts will exacerbate Texas's health care crisis, creating irresponsible political-based policy instead of collaborating for real solutions. In addition to the loss of health care access, many of those still with coverage will see their costs skyrocket. Under the Republican budget they voted for just last night, the average premium for 103,000 people who receive coverage under the Affordable Care Act in my district will increase by 69%. Their premium will increase by 69% because of what the Republicans have done in this budget. Many families would face an even steeper consequences. In Texas 32, a 60-year-old couple with a household income of $85,000 would see their health insurance premiums increase by $13,000 a year. That's a 181% increase in just 1 year. Families cannot afford that. Now look, I am all for cutting waste and finding fraud and abuse and finding fraud, but taking away health care and making it unaffordable for the people of Texas is not the way to do it. Texas Medicaid, Medicare, and Social Security programs must be protected. They represent our commitment to the American people, that their government will be there to help them when they're at their most vulnerable. The fact is, these cuts will mean life-altering changes for the families across America. We will lead to nursing homes being closed, doctors refusing to care for patients, healthcare claims being denied, and more debt and increased costs on the backs of families who are already struggling to make ends meet. I'll ask this question to my Republican colleagues. Are you ready to take in your aging parents to care for them when your local nursing home comes? Are you ready to move your dining room table out and bring in a hospital bed because there's not a long-term care facility to take care of them? We have already lost 27 rural hospitals in Texas because of lack of adequate Medicaid funding. It takes some people in our state 3 to 4 hours just to get to a cardiologist after they have a heart attack, and you know what? They're dead. This has real consequences for people when we don't have adequate health care. This should not be a partisan issue. It doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. When your mom is sick, you want them to have health care. When your baby breaks their arm, you want them to have health care. This is a universal human issue. And it is irresponsible what the Republicans have done in this budget. I'm proud to stand with my Democratic colleagues as we fight against these devastating cuts. And I encourage my Republican colleagues to join us because their constituents want health care too. Everyone does. I'm committed to finding ways to improve health care and make it more reliable and affordable. That is what Texas families want. That is what the American people want. Thank you so much, and I yield back.
So very much. Just a question, if I might.
Of course.
Talk a little bit about where your district is and we know the nature of it, but the geography
Sure.
of it.
I'm Julie Johnson. I represent Texas 32. I'm from Dallas, Texas, and it is an urban district with a lot of the suburban areas. We have access to great hospital care there. However, we still have healthcare deserts. We have people that can't afford health insurance at the current skyrocketing prices that they are. They can't afford, we have very high housing costs. We have people with very high student loan debt. If you're a 32-year-old and you're trying to live the American dream and you're trying to buy your first house and afford your student loan, you can't do it all. But even worse, you know what the minimum wage is in Texas? $7.75 an hour. You're trying to do the best you can. You're working at the grocery store. You're doing things that make our economy run. You're working in retail, but you're making $7.75 an hour. You can't afford health insurance that costs you $24,000 a year when you don't even make that. And that's the problem with where we are.
I am certainly pleased that I gave you an opportunity to expand. Thank you so very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank
sir.
you. I'd like now to bring to the floor our new representative from the state of Oregon, Maxine Dexter.
Oh, I'm great here. Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity for my colleague from California, Mr. Garamendi, and Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. I rise today to join my Democratic colleagues in voicing our unwavering commitment to protecting the vital programs that Americans rely on, prioritizing the working families that I represent over millionaires and billionaires. Last night, I stood with every single Democrat in this House to vote against a devastating budget advanced by House Republicans to enrich the ultra-wealthy at the expense of our working families. I grew up in a working-class family. I'm the first and only person still to have gone to college and graduated in my family. A union job offered me the opportunity at 16 to pay my way with rent and food costs in the city of Seattle, and then to go to college. There is absolutely no way that anyone in my district can do that on a part-time job at an entry-level grocery store position. House Republicans, their plan is to pay for $4.5 trillion, with a T, in tax giveaways for the Elon Musks of the world, to gut the programs that allow Oregonians to afford health care, put food on the table, and keep a roof over their heads. As a physician, I know that access to health care is literally a matter of life and death. I am terrified about what it means for my district, where 200,000 people are at risk of losing their health care. Many of them are children, disabled members of our community, and our seniors. And they will have to go without Medicaid services. Now, don't get me wrong, it does not say anywhere in that budget resolution that health care and Medicaid is going to get cut, but make no mistake, $880 billion in tax cuts cannot be done any other way. In the days leading up to this vote, I received heart-wrenching call after heart-wrenching call from constituents desperate for an answer as to why the Trump-Musk administration is pursuing this agenda of cruel chaos, and how they will survive it. To each of those Oregonians who called, please know that no matter the odds, I will use every tool at my disposal with my colleagues to expose this great betrayal for what it is. I will stop at nothing to safeguard the programs that you rely on, and I will call on my Republican colleagues to have courage in this moment of great need for their communities as well. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. If I might, a little quality, please. Your experience before you came here, you were a physician?
Yes.
And what was your practice?
I'm a pulmonologist, meaning I take care of people with lung disease, and a critical care physician, people who are on life support in our intensive care units.
And you did this in the district in which you now represent, which is what part of Oregon?
It's Oregon's 3rd congressional district, which is Portland to the beautiful mountain, Mount Hood, emblematic of our state.
Your experience is going to be invaluable as we work through these very difficult period of time. I want to thank you for bringing the message to the floor and to the American people. It's very, very important that they understand the depth and the trauma that the proposed budget will create and the alternative that you put forward. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
I'd like now to welcome to the floor my colleague from California, Laura Friedman. I happen to know where she is from, so I won't ask her, although she should certainly tell all of us about her district and about her vision. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Congressman Garamendi, for organizing this special order today. I'm Laura Friedman, and I represent the 30th Congressional District in Los Angeles, a district that has been really undergone a terrible tragedy with fires, for which we are very much hoping for the kind of support from the federal government that so many other regions have received unconditionally after natural disasters. Last night, I stood on this House floor, united with every single House Democrat, to stand in opposition of the Republicans' slash and burn budget scheme that will take critical programs away from hardworking Americans that so many of us rely on, particularly in these difficult times. Now, was this done by the Republicans out of a sense of fiscal responsibility? Well, I have got to say no, because it's not fiscally responsible to take money away from Americans just to provide a $4.5 trillion tax break to the richest 1% of this country and to large corporations who weren't even asking for a tax break. Now, let's be clear, this slash and burn budget is an attack on our families, on seniors, veterans, and on children. It's a direct attack on Medicaid, meaning that fewer families will have access to affordable health care at a time when health care access is so out of reach for Americans. It's an attack on SNAP food benefits, leaving millions struggling to put food on the table. It's an attack on Head Start, robbing children of the most critical early education opportunities, opportunities that will lift young people out of poverty. It's even an attack on the tax credit and on many other programs that help our young people afford a higher education. That'll make it harder for the next generation to afford college. That will also have the effect of stifling innovation, weakening Americans' ability to lead by staying on the cutting edge of technology. Now, in California, we very much value our public education system. We have Silicon Valley, we have the entertainment industry, we have huge biotech industries. Those are all fueled by the education that our UC system provides and our private colleges. But because of this budget, so many young people who today are able to achieve that education and power our economy in California, which powers the United States economy, just makes us have a brain drain that will keep us from being competitive with other nations. Why is this happening? It's just to pad the pockets of the wealthiest Americans, the same people who don't need another handout. Trump's tax proposals will give the richest 0.1% an average tax break of more than $300,000. Think about that, $300,000. And what do Californians and Americans across the nation get in return? What do ordinary people get? They get higher costs. They get worse services as we lay off public employees. The same people who answer the phone if you need to help a veteran get services or help yourself get Social Security or need to access Medicaid, the people who answer those phones being laid off. That will make lives harder for our families. In fact, on average, families making less than $157,000 a year are going to see their taxes increase by more than $1,500. That's higher taxes on more than 265 million Americans. Instead of making life more affordable, this is going to make it harder for people to get by. So for all the talking that Republicans do about cutting the deficit with more than $4.5 trillion in tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy, this is an upside-down approach that will still manage to increase and blow up the debt by almost $3 trillion. That is not responsible governing. That is not fiscal responsibility. It's slashing critical programs, raising taxes on the majority of Americans, and handing out checks to the top 1%. It's a betrayal of the American people. I am now, and I will always be a big fat hell no on this slash and burn Republican budget. Democrats stand united against raising costs on American families, and I will continue to fight for an economy that puts hardworking families first and that will invest in the kind of educational opportunities that will truly make our nation great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Friedman. If you don't mind, perhaps we could have a short dialogue here.
Sure.
You raised the issue of education. If our goal is, as I said earlier with the Roosevelt quote, that our task is to do for those who have little, it really begins with education. If we have a good, solid education program, then people will have the ability to get on a level playing field and to move to wherever they may want to go in terms of their quality of life, as well as whatever income they might achieve.
Right.
You were talking earlier about the education cuts. If you would like to expand on that, perhaps the two of us or you alone can bring to this floor the devastating cuts that are being discussed with the termination of the Department of Education.
Absolutely. So I'm a mom, and I have an 11-year-old, and one of the most important things to me is to make sure that my daughter has access to the highest quality education possible so that she can achieve as much as she's capable of. That starts right at kindergarten and goes all the way up to wherever she wants to go, whether that is through high school, onto a trade school, or whether it's to higher education. All of us want to know that if our child can get into a college, that we can afford to send them there. And so many Americans worry, can I pay for my child's education? So many people in my district and other districts worry whether or not their child's getting quality education at their public schools. I was at a school this week that has Head Start, where a majority of their children are taking advantage of Head Start because they are low income. And in fact, in the particular school in my district I toured, they also educate children with disabilities, children who are blind, children who have autism. And Head Start is what supports a lot of that. And the Department of Education is tasked with making sure that we have an equitable distribution of resources around the country, and that if a child is facing any kind of discrimination in their school, if they're not able to access Head Start, if they're not able to access programs because of their disability, that the Department of Ed is there to make sure that they get what they deserve, what their taxpayers are taxpaying parents are paying for. Without that, there's no guarantee that this money gets to these young children.
There are also very important programs at the higher education level.
That's right. And I'll tell you, I've spoken to a lot of our universities that have seen either the programs that they use to deliver scholarships to children who couldn't otherwise go to college be frozen and certainly threatened by this budget. In addition, one of the great benefits of our universities is the research that they do, the research that powers our economy, that gives us the next generation of inventors and gives us the inventions that have led to the internet, that have led to a lot of what we do with the space program, that lead to advancements in clean energy. All of those are being piloted through our universities. They have seen their funding frozen, absolutely frozen. And even though a federal judge told the Trump administration that that was illegal and has started those payments again, they're unsure whether that money is going to continue, because clearly the administration's goal is to end the funding for that kind of R&D that is done at every university. That's part of our kids' education and part of the production of the United States of America, the things that we are proud of coming out of our national labs, coming out of our universities. So the benefits are for education, but they're also to power our economy through the inventions that the American mind has been able to create. Why would we stop that? Why would we stop the very engine of our advancement in the world, the thing that makes us the #1 nation on earth? Why would we want to cut the funding off for that? It doesn't make any sense. And people that are undergoing programs now that even have seen some funding coming back can't even reach the NIH, who administers these grants, because of a gag order from this administration. So there are so many threats through this budget and through this administration to college, to your kids' ability to access higher education, and to the very institutions that make up our collegiate system in the United States.
Thank you so very much for bringing that to all of our attention. Earlier today, I met with the Chancellor of the University of California, Berkeley, and we discussed much of what you just brought to our attention. The research that has been undertaken at UC Berkeley has in this year, the previous year, 2024, created 1,618 new small businesses directly as a result of the research and the effort that the university is making to nurture these startup businesses. These are the businesses of the future that are using the research that you very correctly brought to our attention that is being cut. That research has led to innovation, to new technologies, and to new solutions. Perhaps you'd like to expand on that.
Yeah, so I'm also, besides being a mom, I'm a breast cancer survivor. And after I was diagnosed, I found out that one of the treatments that has been a revolution in terms of saving the lives of women suffering from breast cancer was developed, I believe, at UCLA. So many of our medical advancements come through the R&D that is done at our universities. That is funding that right now was frozen and funding that is under direct threat. So for those of us who care about the health and the well-being of our families, it's not just about Medicaid, even though that's important. It's also about the treatments of the future that have already shown so much progress for the United States to be able to sell treatments around the world, but to cure diseases like cancer, to treat heart disease, to help with longevity. Those come through our universities as well, through partnerships that they have with private industry. So we're talking a huge section of our economy that not only drives us in terms of jobs and making life more affordable, but it literally keeps us alive. That's all right now on the chopping block in the Republican budget.
It's very, you get down into the details here. The research programs, some are stopped, some will not be refunded, will not go forward. But it appears as though the proposal that the administration, or the policy that they're pursuing, is to limit the money that the university uses to build the facilities, to provide the equipment, to, I believe, 15%. It's about a 50% cut from the current funding. The result of that would seem to be, well, certainly that isn't direct, but it is. It's the foundation upon which that research, it's the hospital, it's the laboratories that are being used by multiple researchers. And so I would draw the attention of the House to beware of this proposal that is actually being implemented now to reduce the total research money that is available for the foundation upon which the individual researchers carry out their research. The bottom line of this is that America's progress really comes in five different ways. And this has been something I've been working on for many years, and it's first, the best education system in the world, as you put forward in your comments. Absolutely fundamental. You got a good education, you got a chance. And if our society has well-educated children, then there will be advancements. Secondly, research. Research is tomorrow's economy. And we've seen this through the years, and certainly have been one of the critical elements of California's success in building the fourth or fifth biggest economy in the world. Secondly, infrastructure. Infrastructure comes in many ways. It is the facilities that the researchers use at the universities. It's the roads, the streets, the sewer systems, and the like. I suspect that in the Republican budget proposal, there will be reductions in critical research, particularly in the research, but also in the infrastructure, and particularly in that portion of the infrastructure that allows us to deal with the critical issue of climate change. Which brings me to that issue and the infrastructure needed to address that. That's electrical systems, there's grid systems, and the like. And we also need to make sure that in this process, we not only pay attention to those elements, but we also pay attention to the international situation that's out there. And we compete internationally. Now, the solution that the President is proposing is that we're going to protect ourselves with tariffs. If you're interested in keeping the cost to individuals down, then don't go to tariffs. There is a need for balance here, and tariffs have a role, no doubt about it. But the use of tariffs being proposed by the President will raise costs and will not enhance, because the other elements that we need, well-educated society, infrastructure, and access to research, will not be available. So we have a complex situation out in front of us. I thank you so very, very much for joining us today and for bringing to all of us the issues that you're concerned with in your district and with your family.
Thank you,
Thank you so much for joining us. We are now near the end of this special order hour. I noticed that my Republican colleagues hopefully have been listening carefully and have learned and would not continue to pursue policies that are detrimental to the progress of our nation. And also, I would hope that you would keep in mind Franklin Delano Roosevelt's words. The test of our progress is not whether we give more to those who have much, but rather we provide for those who have little. And I would add to that that we create a level playing field, that we pursue policies that create that level playing field, that provide access to education, that provide the necessary support for families who are in need. We can do better. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Monday marked a somber milestone, 500 days since the horrific attacks on October 7th, 2022, when Iranian-backed Hamas terrorists launched the most harrowing assault on Israel and the Jewish people since the Holocaust. 500 days ago, we witnessed an unprecedented act of violence that shocked the world. We will never forget the 1,200 innocent lives Hamas murdered and the 240 civilians they took hostage that day, as well as those affected in the months following the October 7th attacks. My House Republican colleagues and I are grateful to President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu for securing the recent ceasefire agreement, which has led to Hamas releasing American and Israeli hostages. As we remember this day, we are more motivated than ever to stand with Israel and the Jewish people. I am grateful for my colleagues for joining me this evening to discuss this solemn anniversary, and I now gladly yield to my colleague from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very much. Appreciated Republican Vice Chairman Blake Moore of Utah. Last Monday, February 17th, marked 500 days since the heinous attack in Israel, where drug-induced Iranian puppet Hamas launched the most cowardly, murderous assault against Israel and the Jewish community since the Holocaust. The world will not forget the mass slaughter of 1,200 innocent lives by Hamas and the 240 civilians taken hostage, including Americans. It is a remarkable achievement that under the leadership of President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, a ceasefire agreement was reached and led to the release of many hostages, though many remain. Prime Minister Netanyahu has been successful eliminating the leadership of Hamas and Hezbollah. He will face the nuclear threat of Tehran. Americans will continue to reaffirm our unwavering support for Israel and the right of its citizens and Jewish people to live in peace. With the leadership of President Donald Trump, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Ambassador Mike Huckabee, Americans will not stop until we bring home every hostage and achieve victory over the Iranian regime and its puppets. The people of Iran can be inspired by the courageous patriots of Syria who have liberated Damascus on December the 8th. Additionally, the new government in Beirut is positive for the new government for the people of Lebanon. With the courageous patriots such as Ahmad al-Bashir in Iraq, the people of Iraq will free themselves from the Iranian domination for independence, achieving stability with prosperity. Dictators around the world are losing in the war of dictators with rule of gun invading democracies with rule of law. War criminal Putin is failing in Ukraine, with Ukrainians inspired by President Vladimir Zelensky. In Georgia, the legitimate President Salome Saakashvili is respected worldwide. In Belarus, the legitimate president of Belarus, Svetlana Steleva, has been warmly welcomed at the Munich Security Conference, supporting freedom for the people of Belarus. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks as imminent as warned by the FBI. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
Thank you to my colleague from South Carolina. I always appreciate his perspective on these foreign policy issues. I will now yield time as he may consume to my good friend from California, Mr. LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, for leading this opportunity to cover important subjects that we're working on here in the House and in D.C. in tandem with the excellent effort coming out of the Trump administration on the more positive outlook we've had lately with doing the things to get the economy moving in the right direction, give people more freedom, and the foreign relations as well that are going to improve. You know, I think it's important that we have strong relations. I think NATO is extremely important, and that we support and remain as part of NATO. But also, I'm encouraged to see that NATO countries under President Trump are moving to step up a little bit more and take some more of their own responsibility for their defense. And it shouldn't be all on the burden of taxpayers of America, but indeed, with more and more of that self-starting, I'd say, we're seeing that talked about in Germany a little bit more right now. But it's important always that we maintain the NATO alliance, and the United States remain part of that. As well, our relationship with Israel, it's just such an excellent partnership that we have with them. What we're able to work together in tandem as two different nations is that the technology that has been developed, they do amazing things in concert with what our knowledge and our technology in this country on, for example, in agriculture, water-saving technology. They have to irrigate in a desert. And in my home state of California, we have a rather arid climate, but we do have a very plentiful water supply. It comes from the Sierras in the north and the east. And Israel has shown the way on how to make water go much farther with their drip irrigation systems and such. So working together on these technologies, as well as defense systems, and that's an important word. Israel put so much effort into defending itself, and America has worked in tandem with that to develop missile defense systems that are helpful for us. They're helpful with our other allies around the world and Israel as well. And so them with the Iron Dome, ours with our Patriot, and more newer technology that's come since that. And when you consider Israel, they've really been under the gun ever since their being reconstituted back in the late 40s. No sooner did they get put in place and set up shop than you had the neighboring countries immediately attack them. And so for the Israeli people, it's really an existential situation. They're constantly under threat. And to hear what they are trying to do and the way they advocate for constant peace and coexistence, I mentioned that a little bit earlier today. Israel would like just to get along. And they have many folks of Arab descent that live within their country. And when I've been able to listen to different seminars on that, and those folks are asked, well, would you like to move out of Israel if you feel like you're an Arab in Israel and may or may not be having a good go of it? And they say, no, we like it here. We want to stay here. And so you see that cooperation within on people that have that understanding. But with marking recently the 500 days since the horrific attack by Hamas, October 7th, when an Iranian-backed group inflicted an incredible amount of damage and death and destruction and terror on a group of people that was just peacefully enjoying a day. And for the next 500 days, we've hardly gotten much cooperation. More recently, we've been able to negotiate hostage releases, but they still have more. And so Hamas, that terror regime in the Gaza that has been there, set up shop not long after the whole Gaza Strip was deeded over, basically, and Israel withdrew, in good faith, land for peace back then, right? And what's the reward for that? Before the ink is even dry on agreements there, the mortar rounds are being set up and launched indiscriminately into Israel. Well, what are they supposed to do? Just let that happen? Of course they're going to defend themselves. And we've seen that since October 7, approximately 500 days ago, that Israel's done what it must do in order to defend itself from this indiscriminate terror attacks that happen from within Hamas and still holding many hostages, whether Israeli or even some Americans. How do you negotiate with that? Well, they're doing the best they can. They're doing their best to keep peace. They're doing their best to be a good neighbor. And that doesn't seem to be rewarded in that part of the world. So I think it's perfectly appropriate, and I think in a way our duty as an ally and people with a lot of kinship with us, that we remain strong as a supporter of Israel and ultimately eradicate Hamas from what they're doing there. I don't know what the overall solution is going to be in Gaza long term, but what they have going now is not working. And as long as they want to continue to inflict the kind of damage as a bad neighbor, then Israel's going to have to take steps to defend itself. And when it does, indeed, it does so surgically. It isn't just indiscriminately bombing out areas there. And we know there's been many, many casualties. We get that. But when Hamas is using their people in the Gaza, their own neighbors, as human shields, and expecting Israel to not make a move where the areas where the terrorism or the rocket attacks are emanating from, what are they supposed to do? Hamas is the one that's evil, using their own people, their own neighbors, their own kind as human shields, and somehow the rest of the world wants to blame Israel for what's going on there. It's nonsense. So as you know, these 500 days have passed, and we remember 1,200 innocent lives lost, taken, butchered, and at the time 240 hostages that were taken. We must stand strong with them. So I appreciate what President Trump has been able to set up just in a month to send the signal there that the United States again is going to be strong with Israel, and that Prime Minister Netanyahu recognizes that and will do everything he can to find a solution to forge that peace amongst that, but still be strong for his nation, for his people. That's essential for its continued existence, because it is an existential threat every day. I've toured the country and met with folks more towards the southern part of Israel, and they live on a 15-second alert status, basically, that they have to be ready at any time to be able to find shelter within 15 seconds in certain sectors of more southern Israel for what might come in as a rocket attack, etc., upon them. What a way to live. But on the other hand, it seems they take it in stride. It's amazing, amazing, resilient people. But time and time again, all they want to do is get along, to peacefully coexist. And what's strange, I made this comment a little bit earlier, but I don't see any coexist stickers that are probably on the back of the military vehicles or automobiles that are on the Gaza area or Hamas vehicles. They aren't interested in coexisting. They ultimately have to be defeated and moved out of there, because this is not going to work long term. You can't deal with unreasonable people that want to eradicate who you are, so I don't blame them. Of note here in Congress, we were able to accomplish an important budget resolution just last night. That it's amazing the rhetoric that flies out of here about what we're trying to do, as a government needs to be accountable, much more accountable than it has been. Ever since the COVID era, when spending has gone up dramatically, and we're dealing with $2 trillion deficits, $2 trillion. How do we even say that so easily and add that number every year to our national debt? We're fortunate interest rates aren't worse off, because the management of that debt, the servicing of that debt, the interest on that would consume the rest of our budget if it got too much more out of control. So what we're trying to do, what the Trump administration is trying to do by identifying the fraud, the needless spending that are happening with these organizations, it should be commended. In our budget resolution last night, as this leads us towards the budget reconciliation process, that indeed is just trying to find things that will more streamline and clean up our budgeting process, is a good, honest, earnest effort here. So hearing the rhetoric flying around on the other side of the aisle, or coming out from the media that they're going to make draconian cuts to Medicaid, nowhere in that document is there even mention of Medicaid or certainly cuts to it, or some of the other programs that people have come to depend on? No, that's going to be an ongoing discussion in the budget reconciliation process of where are we going to find these reductions, and if DOGE can keep doing its work without being, unfairly criticized for the effort being made, then we're going to find more and more, because we're finding billions already, finding bogus contracts, things that the average American is not interested in having their money, 40 million here, 15 million there, billions on certain things. That's not what is in American people's interest, because they have their own difficult times. There's a lot of discussion about the price of eggs. Well, when the Biden administration has caused, due to an overreaction on bird flu, 160 million chickens have been eradicated in this country. Yeah, it's going to have an effect on the price of eggs and poultry and other things. So, when government does things, there's a cause and there's an effect. So I'm hoping that with this budget being resolved here and move forward with the reconciliation conversation, again, it's going to be on national TV in a committee process, open hearings, as these numbers are wrestled with. And it isn't easy. If we could just reset back to pre-COVID spending with perhaps an adjustment for inflation since then, but the inflation we need to be adjusting to is something more normalized, like in the first Trump era, instead of the dramatic inflation caused by the Biden policies on energy and massive spending, such as the Infrastructure Act, which, hey, there's some good infrastructure in there, but there's a whole lot of spending that really isn't infrastructure. And then on top of that, the rescue plan, and then ultimately the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which was another $1 trillion spending spree of pet programs and green projects that the Democrats seem to love. Maybe we can salvage a bit of that money and channel it into good things. That's some of the effort here, but a lot of that needs to be limited and cut off longer term. And so that's the effort that's needing to be made here. I keep coming back to my home state, high-speed rail project. There was an additional $4 billion dumped on top of that right at the end of the Biden administration. That's where these 11th hour pronouncements and executive actions really need scrutiny. And I'm glad we have the Congressional Review Act to look at those, on some onerous regulations, on last-minute spending, on monuments that are declared all around the country, with massive amounts of acres declared under the Biden administration as national monuments and areas that are not going to be available. For example, one ocean monument that was set here that's about 625 million acres. How big is that area? Let's do the math on that. Basically, it boils down to a million. It really boils down to, in easy numbers, a 1,000-mile square. That's how many of those acres add up to, 625 million. So that's basically a no-go zone for doing normal things like certain types of fishing, or if there's an area that's rich in oil, being able to take advantage of that and do offshore drilling that would be helpful to our economy. We know how to do it right. But when there's a massive declaration by the president, just by a stroke of a pen, under the abuse of the Antiquities Act, it puts us in a hard way, a very difficult way, to be energy independent and sustain our own needs as a country, when these willy-nilly declarations just keep happening. Thankfully, that's going to come to an end, and we can review some of these things and say, are these really what's effective under the Antiquities Act for our country, for the landscape we have, for the resources that are available? So I'm hoping for good things, and I think good things will happen. What we need is for the American public to have faith and see what's been happening so far with the DOGE process, and what we'll be seeing under budget reconciliation is that we want to put the power back to the people, for the people, and not have it just be vested in government, because as government run amok becomes abusive. Your rights are limited. The property rights, as we see so much in the West, people are being sued for a 150-year-old fence and charged criminally for a fence line that has been undefined, for example. This is in South Dakota. Forest Service going after them for that when it was unsettled. And they hadn't even done a survey on it. Is there something right or wrong with that particular fence line? property rights being trampled and people being intimidated by their government in this sense. So let's reset on this and put government back in a position where it's accountable directly to those that are elected, who are accountable directly to the people. We'll be much better off with that, and it's moving in a good direction, I certainly believe, as we have more accountability for the spending, where it's going. Is it something that's effective? Is it a good value for the American people? And that's why I'm happy the DOGE process, although there's some imperfections in it. When we'll figure that out, we'll hammer that out. And the budget resolution, the budget reconciliation process, that'll be underway very soon and hopefully successful. Because this is something that Republicans have stood for a long time, is accountability to the American people, accountability for how their tax dollars are being used, accountability for those that are working in government and supposed to be showing up and providing a service. The government jobs are not supposed to be a jobs program. They're there to deliver a service to the people that give us the charge to bring them aboard and start these agencies. And so to somehow think that it's supposed to be 100% job security, that isn't available anywhere else in the country, in the private sector, especially when overactive government and overactive regulators can sweep away your right to farm, to mine, to ranch, to have a business, or have it taken away by eminent domain, such as we've seen on the Point Reyes seashore, where 12 ranching families there, dairy and beef ranchers, have had that swept away from them after they finally relented back in the early 60s to sell the land because the government came and bullied them off of it. Now they're kicking them off all the way if that is allowed to stand. I hope we can put a stop to that, because that's not right. That's not an American way of doing things. So there's a lot of energy to do the right things for the American people, comes from the administration and from this House. And hopefully the Senate can take up what we send over there and have success on that, because it's really about, again, resetting and making government accountable to the people and doing what's best for them, not best for the expansion of government and the furthering of the little fiefdoms that go on in it. So with that, I'm just really grateful for this opportunity here, grateful that our House was able to pass the budget resolution and continue a process. It's going to be one I think we can ultimately be proud of. So, Mr. Moore, thanks so much for your time tonight.
Thank you to the gentleman from California. I always appreciate your participation. Thanks to the rest of my colleagues for being here tonight and taking the time to speak on the horrific assault against our ally and the Jewish community. On October 7, 2022, the world was shocked at the atrocities carried out by Hamas terrorists against Israel and the Jewish community. Nearly 3,000 Hamas fighters crossed into Israel by land, air, and sea, killing around 1,200 people and taking more than 250 Israeli and foreign hostages. October 7th will forever be a turning point in history. As we reflect on the events of that day and the 500 days that have followed, it is imperative that we also recognize the broader implications of this attack. It was not just an assault on Israel. It was an attack on the American vision for a safe and secure Middle East, perpetuated and financed by the Iranian regime. The Hamas perpetrators not only set out to destroy the very existence of the State of Israel, they sought something larger. They wanted to prevent a seismic shift in the region from taking place. I'm, of course, referring to the early success of the Abraham Accords, negotiated by the first Trump administration, and the long-term goal of a Saudi-Israel peace and normalization agreement. Iran and its terrorist proxy groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis could not bear to see Israel accepted by its neighbors or folded into the community of nations where it rightly belongs. Instead, they chose to commit unspeakable acts of violence, rape, terror, and slaughter. As we mark 500 days since the October 7th attacks, we must also look at the ongoing suffering of those affected by this violence. There are countless families and individuals living with the scars of that day. It is our duty to honor their memory and ensure that attacks like this never happen again. We must remain vigilant against the threats posed by extremist groups and continue to champion freedom and democracy around the world. We must also work to strengthen the Abraham Accords, push hard for Saudi-Israeli normalization, and ensure that Iran's plan to destabilize the Middle East fails. We have a plan, we have a vision for success in the region, and now is not the time to take our foot off the gas pedal. House Republicans will remain steadfast in maintaining a strong relationship with Israel. We continue to ensure that freedom and democracy endure. With that, Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and I yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
Gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Scholten, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good evening to my friends, family, and constituents back home in West Michigan, and welcome to my special order hour honoring notable Black West Michiganders and the impact that they have made on our wonderful community. Black History Month is not just about reflecting on the past. It is also about acknowledging the incredible individuals who have shaped our communities and continue to inspire future generations. Black history is woven into the very fabric of America, and it is our duty to honor it, not just in February, but every single day of the year. As the representative of Michigan's 3rd Congressional District, I am privileged to highlight some of the remarkable Black leaders, educators, athletes, activists, and artists who have left their mark on West Michigan. Their stories are ones of perseverance, excellence, and resilience in the face of adversity. They remind us that history is not just something written in textbooks, but it is alive in the people who have worked tirelessly to break barriers and uplift their communities. I want to first tell you about Lyman Parks, Grand Rapids mayor. After moving to Grand Rapids to serve as a pastor of the First Community AME Church in 1968, he was elected as the first Black commissioner in the city's history. Lyman Parks holds a special place in our history as the first and only Black mayor of Grand Rapids. His leadership throughout the 1970s marked a turning point for the city, proving that Black leaders could and should have a seat at the table in shaping the future of our communities. In 2003, Parks was awarded the Giant Among Giants Award, an annual award presented by the City of Grand Rapids since 1983 to recognize exceptional contributions by African Americans to the greater Grand Rapids community. Realestine Wilkins, City Council. At age 18 and with $3 in her pocket, Wilkins made her way to Muskegon, where she had an aunt. She became active in the civil rights movement, attended school board meetings and Muskegon Heights City Council meetings. Realestine Wilkins shattered glass ceilings, becoming the first female city council member in 1974. Her husband, who went by the nickname Peaches, accompanied her to every single council meeting to prevent the male council members from harassing or intimidating her. In 1999, she was elected as the city's first Black female mayor. Her leadership spanned decades, influencing local government and paving the way for future Black women in politics throughout West Michigan. Hattie Beverly, teacher extraordinaire. In 1899, Hattie became the first African American woman to teach in Grand Rapids Public Schools, a feat that did not come without struggle. Despite her remarkable academic achievements, she faced resistance from those who believed a Black woman should not teach white children. And yet, she persevered, and we are so much better because she did. Though her teaching career was tragically cut short when she passed away at the tender age of 30, Beverly's impact resonated beyond her lifetime. Her legacy of determination and excellence paved the way for future Black educators, ensuring the doors she opened would remain open for others to walk through. Jimmy Carter, no, not that Jimmy Carter, but still looms large in West Michigan, a basketball phenom, a name truly synonymous with basketball excellence in Grand Rapids. Jimmy Carter dedicated his life to shaping young athletes. From his high school days at South High School to coaching, mentoring multiple children and young athletes at various schools, Carter's influence in the sports world has been profound. Carter's contributions extend far beyond the court as well, proving that mentorship and investing in young athletes can transform lives. He was recently inducted into the Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame, and that solidifies his place in history. Helen Claytor, activist. Helen Claytor's work with the Young Women's Christian Association extends far beyond Grand Rapids. She was the first Black woman of color to serve as president of the National YWCA Board of Directors. Under her leadership, the organization embraced the fight against racism, making racial justice a core tenet of its mission. Her work reminds us that institutions have a responsibility to be anti-racist, and that leadership must reflect the values of equity and justice. Today, her legacy stands tall in Grand Rapids, both figuratively and literally, with her statue near GRCC's campus. Dr. Patricia Pulliam, publisher. As an educator, Dr. Pulliam worked tirelessly to uplift Black students in Grand Rapids, serving as an advisor, mentor, and leader in higher education. Beyond the classroom, she became a publisher and later owner of the Grand Rapids Times, ensuring that the stories of Black residents were not just heard, they were celebrated. She also co-founded the Giants Award, an annual ceremony recognizing Black excellence in our community. Her contributions continue to inspire. While the media has often ignored or misrepresented Black voices, thanks to leaders like Dr. Pulliam, those voices are amplified and preserved. Dr. John Butler, boxing champion. In 1953, Dr. Butler became the first Grand Rapids boxer to win a national Golden Gloves title, an accomplishment that cemented his legacy in the sport. Dr. Butler was not just a fighter in the ring, he was also a fighter for education and equality. Growing up in Mississippi, he faced the harsh realities of poverty and racism. His mother determined to give her family a better future, moving them to Grand Rapids to do so, where Dr. Butler found his passion for boxing. Through the mentorship of his trainer, he not only honed his athletic abilities, but also understood the importance of education. That discipline led him to earn a PhD from Michigan State University. Dr. Butler dedicated his career to the Grand Rapids school system, serving as a teacher, assistant principal, and eventually training city employees in public service. He provided guidance to young Black students who faced adversity, making an impact far beyond the classroom. Today, his legacy is forever etched in the Grand Rapids Sports Hall of Fame, a testament to his dedication to both sports and education. Paul Collins, artist. Thank you. No, not yet. I was just, thank you. Paul Collins, artist. Paul Collins has spent his life using his artistic talents to tell the stories of those often overlooked. Born in Muskegon and raised in Grand Rapids, Collins was drawn to art from a young age. Despite initial encouragement, he pursued his passion, eventually traveling to West Africa to immerse himself in his cultural roots. Collins' work has been displayed worldwide, from exhibitions in Africa to murals honoring historical figures in the United States. He was the first Black artist to paint a sitting president when he painted President Gerald R. Ford. His contributions to the art world also include designing the Martin Luther King Jr. Nonviolent Peace Prize Medal and the Challenger 7 Space Shuttle logo. As we celebrate Black History Month, let us remember that these stories are not just relics of the past. They are living legacies that continue to shape our community. It is our duty to ensure that these trailblazers live on, that we continue the fight for equality, and that we uplift and support Black voices in our community. It is our duty to ensure that we continue to tell these stories. Black history is American history, and it is a history that deserves to be honored not just in February, but every single day. Their achievements are proof that progress is possible, but only if we remain committed to justice, inclusion, the power of education, and advocacy. I'm proud to continue to carry on their legacy through the special order hour today. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Carbajal, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise on behalf of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. A number of members are going to come and provide testimony tonight about what we perceive is a betrayal of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle, of the American people, with the recently passed budget resolution that really is going to provide tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans in exchange for cuts in vital, essential programs for working middle-class families. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I can consume. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am proud to stand here with my colleagues from the Congressional Hispanic Caucus to call out the partisan Republican budget resolution that passed last night for what it is. It is a ripoff of the American people. Their budget proposes reckless spending to support billionaires and makes everyday Americans foot the bill. It cuts over $1 trillion, including $880 billion from Medicaid, in order to partially pay for trillions of dollars in tax cuts for the wealthiest people. These tax cuts would not go to help everyday Americans. Instead, they would go to the richest 1%. Apart from that, it also increases the deficit and the national debt to the tune of $4 trillion. What happened to fiscal responsibility? This is a betrayal of the American working middle-class families. There are 80 million people in this country that rely on Medicaid. In my district alone, over 236,000 people on Medicaid are at risk of losing their health care. This includes nearly 100,000 children and 24,000 seniors. Not only that, but the budget resolution would also go after the Affordable Care Act again, and is projected to raise annual health premiums by roughly $1,200 for 20 million people. It would force 7 million Americans to lose their health insurance. This budget resolution does nothing to deliver on the current needs of the American people. As inflation continues to grow and threats of trade wars persist, the cost of necessities like groceries, childcare, housing will continue to increase, putting a greater burden on American families. Their budget resolution also earmarks $200 billion to supercharge mass deportations that go beyond violent criminals. Make no mistake, under this plan, we can expect even higher prices for food and goods, and it further worsens our workforce shortages. The reality is that undocumented workers make up 14% of construction workers and roughly 42% of our agriculture workforce. Mr. Chair, to help everyday Americans instead would go to the richest 1%. This is a terrible circumstance. Mr. Speaker, I now would unite to yield to my good friend and chairman of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Mr. Adriano Espaillat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I ask for unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and submit strenuous materials into the record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus comes to the floor united as one unit against this Republican budget resolution that slashes at least $1 trillion, that's right, $1 trillion with a capital T, dollars from Medicaid and other essential programs to the American people, to working class families, to seniors, to children, threatening 80 million individuals. This is a matter of life and death, Mr. Speaker. It's a matter of life and death for our communities. At the very least, 20 million Latinos, about 1/3 of our folks, rely on Medicaid. more than half of the Latinos on Medicaid are children. They depend on it. Many of them are asthmatic. And they will now have to face a precarious situation where they may get an asthma attack in school, and maybe that school-based clinic is not open for those critical first minutes of aid. Many of them are diabetics, and they rely heavily, obviously, on insulin. And they may not have the Medicaid coverage for insulin to save their lives. So this is a matter of life and death, Mr. Speaker. This is not just a regular bill that we do on this August body to feel good or to maybe take care of a specific issue in a particular state. This is a matter of life and death. And you have Latinos with renal problems, with cardiovascular problems. High blood pressure is an epidemic, is at epidemic levels in the Latino community. And this bill, again, presents a situation or life or death for many of the constituents across the country and the ones that I represent in New York's 13th congressional district, where over 500,000 residents of that district rely on Medicaid. Over 100,000 relied on Medicare. So over 600,000 of the 780,000 people I represent are either on Medicaid or Medicare. And this bill presents a clear and present threat to their health and to their lives. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, Republicans also seek to cut $230 billion in nutritional programs like SNAP, food stamps. That's right, food stamps are being cut that currently aid 10 million Latinos, including 5 million kids. These nutritional programs are essential to their health and growth. And so we're here pushing back on the cuts to food stamps. In my district, Mr. Speaker, there are over 200,000 households that rely on food stamps. If you multiply that by an average of 3 people per household, you can do the math and you can see that it will devastate that community. And this bill, this proposal by Republicans seeks to cut $230 billion in nutritional programs. The $200 billion in this budget also seeks to supercharge Trump's massive deportation plan, which will disseminate the agricultural workforce by 16% and lead to increased food prices. You can expect food prices at the cash register, at the supermarket, to go dramatically up. This is egregious. And we are united in opposition to this betrayal, the Republican budget betrayal. The Congressional Hispanic Caucus stands at once and together in opposition to this Republican budget betrayal. CHC is committed to protecting dreamers. Those are young people, on an average, that have been in our nation for over 20 years. They are nurses, teachers. They are bus drivers. They are members of the armed forces. They own their own small businesses. They own their own homes. And yet, we cannot get to regularize their status. We support dreamers. We are in support of farm workers. They pick the crops and the fruits that come to our dinner table, and many of them are staying home in fear of being deported, you can expect food prices to go up. And of course, we are in support of keeping families together. A family that's divided, when a mom or a dad is split from his or her children, that family is a weak family. They become vulnerable, and that translates into a weak nation and a vulnerable nation. So CHC, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, is in support of dreamers, farm workers, and keeping families together. Latinos voted in favor of lowering costs and increasing wages. The budget passed last night only gives billionaires tax cuts and funds indiscriminate raids in our city, all paid for by working class family. Again, Mr. Speaker, CHC stands with our community and rejects the Republican budget betrayal. Now, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remaining part of my time, and I yield back to Congressman Carvajal.
Thank you, Mr. Espaillat. Before I yield to our next speaker, I wanted to reiterate, make no mistake, under this plan, we can expect even higher prices for food and goods, and it further worsens our workforce shortages. The reality is that undocumented workers make up 14% of construction workers and roughly 42% of our agricultural workforce. Farm workers help feed our nation and allow grocery stores to stay in stock with affordable fruits and vegetables. Unfortunately, this reality is not what my colleagues on the other side of the aisle want to admit. On Monday, I offered an amendment to the budget resolution so we can move forward the bipartisan Farm Workforce Modernization Act to provide farm workers with legal status so they can continue to work on our farms in this country. Not only is this the right thing to do, but providing farm workers with legal status helps provide stability and keep our stores stocked with affordable groceries and domestically grown food, also helping American growers. Instead, the Rules Committee blocked my amendment, and not a single amendment was made in order. We need to do better than this and deliver on lowering costs for American people. I call on my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to reconsider this reckless plan that would benefit billionaires at the expense of everyday Americans. With that, how much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker?
The gentleman from California has 16 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I now yield to the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Emily Rendell, for 5 minutes.
Do I do it from here? Okay. Thank you so much to my colleague, Mr. Carvajal, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm learning how this works here, so thanks for your patience. I come before you today to tell a very personal family story that motivated my interest to serve my community here in Congress, and that continues to motivate me to think about the impacts on families all across my district and all across the country. When I was 7 years old, my sister Olivia was born with microcephaly, and what that means is that her brain was small and the doctors didn't know why. They didn't know if she would live, how long she would live, what her life would look like. And I grew up in a family of public servants, a bipartisan family, a biracial family, and my dad, who was a civilian employee for the Department of Defense, had pretty good government employee insurance, but that insurance wouldn't have covered all of the surgeries, the specialists, the equipment that Olivia needed to thrive. But gratefully for our family, the Washington State Legislature in 1993 voted to expand Medicaid, one of the first states in the country to lead that charge. And for us, that meant that we didn't have to worry about losing our house or what other bills that we would pay, so that Olivia could survive and thrive. It meant she was able to get multiple wheelchairs and use equipment like an inflatable vest that kept her from getting pneumonia more than 5 times a year. She was able to go to public school and live for 19 years with our family. For me, I learned that government could be a safety net for families like mine. And for the last 6 years in the Washington State Legislature, I've worked hard to expand healthcare access for folks all across the state and all across my big rural district, where hospitals are already struggling because Medicaid reimbursement rates are low, where small clinics, independent providers are shuttering their doors because they cannot afford to stay open. So, if you have a family with a disabled kid like my sister and you live in Nia Bay, the farthest northwest corner of the lower 48 states, you have to drive hours and sometimes wait for a ferry that's 2 hours delayed in order to get to a specialist in Seattle to get your kid life-saving care. What will happen if this budget resolution becomes reality, if $1 trillion is cut from Medicaid programs, we will see potentially per capita caps. What that means is that we will decide how much the lives of children like my sister are worth. How much will we be willing to pay for the equipment and the specialists and the surgery to keep alive medically fragile kids? It will mean that folks without disabilities, seniors and low-income children, folks with private insurance will struggle to afford health care in communities like mine and communities across the country. We are facing a real crisis in our healthcare sector already. We should not be adding to it by cutting $1 trillion from poor people and people with disabilities, from children, from seniors who are often dual eligible from Medicare and Medicaid, who are able to live in dignity to the end of their days because of this important program. It will keep long-term care programs open if we are able to maintain Medicaid funding. I'm scared. I'm scared for my constituents. I'm scared for my neighbors. I'm scared for the healthcare providers that are just trying to do their jobs. And I'm scared for the impact that we will see for years into the future if this budget resolution becomes law, if we deliver these trillions of dollars of cuts for families who depend on Medicaid. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time to Mr. Carbajal.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I now would like to recognize the gentleman from New York and chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, and my good friend, Representative Adriano Espaillat.
Thank you, Congressman Carvajal. Again, Mr. Speaker, we have stood here tonight to warn the American people of these massive cuts in vital programs like the Medicaid program and SNAP, the food stamp program that provides nutritional assistance to our families, as the Republican majority perpetrates a scam to provide the very wealthiest of Americans a $4.5 trillion tax cut at the expense of the health of the American people. By cutting Medicaid, a vital program for Americans all over the United States, not just urban areas, but rural areas, suburban areas, from the north, the south, the east, and the west of the country. Americans will be dramatically impacted by these cuts. This is not a Republican cut or a Democratic cut. It will impact people across the aisle. Republican members have many constituencies that are on Medicaid and Medicare and receive SNAP benefits. And yet, the savings will go to the fat cat executives and shareholders, the wealthiest in America. So we're asking for the American people to be alert of the Republican budget betrayal, that it is a life or death matter, puts their life in danger by denying them the basic health care benefits that they're entitled to. So, Mr. Speaker, we stand here as one, members of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, to say no to this plan and to tell the American people that they're not alone, that we're with them in good times and in bad times. And I move that the House do now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.